But the kind of the fear that adult players always have is that they're going to get smoked by, some little kid who, knows 500 chessable courses by heart. So hopefully that's not what's going through Lula's head right now. I hope Lula's just, kind of staying cool. Lula does have the black pieces, and I will be transcribing her moves. We'll be doing some commentary. If you're new to chat or if you're a longtime viewer, don't be shy. Feel free to say hi. And this is going to be a pretty exciting game. And it should start any minute now. It's 8 o'clock my time. I'm in the great state of Illinois. So it should be about 3 p.m. in France now. So I think the game is going to start basically any minute. We should see a handshake pretty soon. I think it's kind of standard 90 minutes per side until move 40, and then probably an additional increment after time control. We'll see what happens. I will admit that I have not kept up super. There we go. There's a handshake. So now we're going to see kind of what is. So we have a e4, and let's just see if the moves are being made. And Lula plays her signature French defense in response. Now I actually play the French, and so I'm really excited to see this, and I'm really excited to see how Lula actually treats this position. I don't know if the moves are being made, so we'll do our best. It's an exchange French. I'm just trying to make sure that I can share the thing to the. For some reason, the moves are not being shared to the classroom. Why is that? I really don't like the chessable classroom for this reason. What if I give full control? Let's see, maybe these are made. The time control, the time control, it seems like it's 90 plus 30. I can't see the moves for some reason. I will just try to make the moves as they happen. I will say that our young opponent here does not seem to be playing the theory that I'm familiar with. So we're on move 4. And I'm trying to figure out how to share this stuff. And our young opponent here plays bishop e3, which I think is a very strange move. I don't know why this isn't being shared. It's a little bizarre to me. I'm really sorry for the technical difficulties, everyone. I do have the moves open from the DGT board, so we shouldn't get too lost. But I'm just trying to figure out how I can get this shared in the classroom that I've set up. Because for some reason, the moves are not being made on this board. Very sorry about this, guys. Hmm. I guess while I try to figure out these technical difficulties, I can try at the very least to talk to you guys about what I'm seeing. I think Lula's playing the opening fabulously. I really don't think it gets much better than this. I would guess, I mean, she got both of her bishops out. This bishop on e3 looks very strange to me. So I don't think we have to really deal with the Smurf. And I mean, the development is pretty logical. Lula can kind of go both ways. I think that if I look at this from the Lichess database, Black has a huge advantage here already out of the opening. Something like, over 50% win rates right out of the opening across all rating levels on Lichess. So that's a pretty good sign for things to come, I hope. Sort of can't see the board isn't loading. Yeah, let's go. I actually haven't been. I used to have so many Lula points and they're like all gone, but I'm doing my best. See why this isn't loading. So here Lula plays C6. And again, I mean, if I look at this opening for Lula, I think this is going swimmingly. Um, White's light square bishop doesn't really have a good square. It's going to have to go to E2, and that's blocking the open E file potentially once white is castled. Lula, on the other hand, she can castle pretty quickly. You have a very easy time kind of developing the other knight, moving the queen. The pawn structure is completely symmetrical if you guys look. So, I'm not too excited. It's still a exchange French at the end of the day, but Lula's gonna have very good chances. I think she's already gonna be very happy out of the opening about what she's gotten. And I am still trying to figure out how to share on Chessable Classroom. This is incredibly infuriating. I appreciate you guys bearing with me, but I just cannot for the life of me figure out why this is not working. So if you guys know how to get this stupid chess.com classroom to work, please let me know. I certainly have not really used this very much. I don't want only coach. It's gonna work. Doesn't seem like the moves are being made. Lula castles, okay. Lula does castle. And as Antani Sir says, bishop e3 and bishop e2 is not a very testing setup. I completely agree. The only thing that I think white can kind of try is something like queen b3. But again, this isn't a very interesting move. I don't even think it's a particularly very good move. It's a pretty easy threat to defend. And I think the trick for Lula now is going to be to figure out how to push forward. This is pretty funny. I will admit. The classroom really is just not working at all. I'm trying to figure this out. I really apologize, guys. You try to ask somebody for help, but okay, maybe what I'll do is maybe if I reload this, will do something. Yeah, this does look kind of like a Kali system. Springer Gabble. Hope I'm getting the pronunciation right. It's not a Kali, but it's a bit similar. It's similar in the sense that it's very passive. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a technical difficulty. So well, P prime, I am actually making the moves. It's just not showing. That's the problem. I'm in the classroom. I'm like leading the classroom. It's just, it's not, I think on the production end. So this is actually not being streamed from my computer. This is being streamed from a computer in France. And so I don't know. I'm like trying to get the moves to transmit, but they just aren't. So I don't really know what the problem is here. Um, again, if you guys have an idea of like how to figure out this stuff, just let me know. So others had issues. I mean, I guess that's comforting to know because this is not a very good start. I just asked my friend who works at chess.com if he can kind of help me with this. And in the meantime, I'm going to be having some coffee. Lula plays knight a6. Um, that's a pretty good move. That's not a move I would have considered actually, but I think it's an excellent move because this is how you reroute the knight, maybe to the king side for an attack, which is very much in Lula's style, via knight c7, knight e6, and knight g5. There are other routes you could take too. Another thing, getting a knight onto e6 allows you to put a bishop or a knight onto f4. Um, yeah, kids are scary, but I will say, in my opinion, I don't think this kid is particularly scary because this doesn't really seem to be any kind of theory. And it also doesn't seem to be a very good setup otherwise. So I'm not too worried about this. So I actually got tech support. My friend who works at chess.com is going to be helping. So hopefully you'll give me some help on this and we can look at the moves together. If you guys need, there is a Lead Chess feed. If you guys just want to check the moves until yeah, there is actually a live feed. It's being on Lead Chess. Last year it was on chess.com. This year the live feed is not on chess.com, which is a bit unfortunate because I was having fun with that. Yeah, thank you, T Streets. Thank you very much. Yeah. And again, I'm really sorry about the technical difficulties. Um, alternate also on livechesscloud.com. Thank you very much. So Lula's young opponent plays knight h4. Um, Chad, are we afraid of this? Why has one of the other players resigned already? My guess is that it's forfeit due to maybe someone not feeling well. It's just a forfeit. This is not like a 5-move brilliancy. I think it was probably just a forfeit. Um, oh, and actually, it seems like the game is still going, so that appears to be a transmission error when I checked. Um, Lula does have a choice now. Lula needs to decide, do I want to bring my bishop back to, for example, g6 and allow a trade? Do I want to bring it back to e6, where I'm kind of blocking off the file and I'm taking a square away potentially from my knight? Do I want to bring the bishop back to d7? I wouldn't say bring the bishop back to c8 because you do want to move the rook somewhere. You might want to put it on the c file. Sometimes the rook goes on the c file in the French. Um, if I were in Lula's shoes, I would probably play bishop g6. Um, The main reason is that, by the way, I am getting tech support incoming. So we may get some help. Yeah, but if I was in Lula's shoes, I would either do that or, you know, I might, another thing you could consider actually. So bishop, she does play bishop e6, which I think is very much a fine move. The only issue I have with this move is that this knight on a6, if we look carefully, first of all, chat, are we worried much about bishop takes a6? I would say no. Yes, the pawns get doubled, but the bishop pair in the exchange French is extremely strong. And this whole light square diagonal from about b1 down to h7, you're losing your bishop there. So, oh, hey, Benji, how's it going? Point being, I'm not too worried. Yes, knight h4 is badly placed. On the other hand, they can put their bishop back on d3, and that is exactly what happens, actually. And now, there could be some nasty ideas like queen h5. Yes, these are some good suggestions in chat. Knight d7. If it were me, I would have played bishop g6 just because it still keeps that diagonal blocked. So even if there was a trade, and I'm gonna, once I can get this fixed, we will if I can get this classroom issue fixed, we can hopefully go through all the moves and talk through all of them. Hi, everyone. I have some tech support in the background. Someone from chess.com is helping me figure this issue out. I don't know what you guys have been up to today. How many of you guys are out in Europe right now? I woke up at 5 a.m. in the US to submit a document. And I literally just submitted it. And now I am doing some chess commentary because it's fun. Purportedly fun, anyway. We still have about 90 minutes on each side, by the way. So nobody's really gone through a very deep thing. So I'm hoping that we can fix this classroom issue soon. Yeah, so yes, pass pawn. We do have a French exchange. I have found that the issue may be not on my side. It might be on the computer side. So I'm hoping that our producer will be available. F4 might be an idea soon. Well, yes and no. First of all, just from an idea standpoint, I think that Black can also just try to kind of clog everything with their own F5. Then the pawn structure radically transforms. You're going to have two very bad bishops for both sides. This knight on h4 could become a better piece in that scenario. But let's remember that actually there might be some nasty ideas here for Lula as well. Some discoveries perhaps with like knight g6, forcing a trade because the knight will be hanging, where you can get an open file. I don't think knight a6 is that unusual actually. It's an idea you see sometimes in the Caro-Kann and in some lines of the French, I think, where you play knight a6 in some d4 openings too, like knight a6, knight c7, usually something like knight e6. This is definitely something you can play. You've seen on the white side of some openings as well. The fact that white's bishop went to d3 indicates that this trade is not going to be happening anytime soon. It would be a bad trade. to give up this light square bishop, which is honestly is probably the best piece that white has right now. So let's talk about some moves for black. I think there are a few candidates. A move that I really like here is knight g6. I like knight g6 for two reasons. First of all, you're sort of asking a question. Is black going to play a move like bishop g5? Is black going to move the knight? Is black going to trade something? Maybe the knight for the knight, the bishop for the knight. But this piece becomes en prise, as you might say in French. What is the knight's future on a6? Well, the knight's future is going to be to c7, and from there, probably to e8 and to f6. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it, which is complicated by this bishop on the bishop on e6. Bear with me. Woke up at 5 a.m. today. The bishop, you assume it's prep because they had all morning to prep for the game. This position has never been reached before. I am getting some more tactical help, everyone. Okay, I've been given an idea. Let's see if this works. I've been given an idea from tech support. I've made some moves. I can tell you that I am familiar as a French player. I'm familiar with knight a6. It's something I've used in a couple of my games online. It's definitely something you could do. It's more common, I would say, in the Caro-Kann. I'm not trying to like kind of talk out of my behind, but this is definitely something I'm familiar with. It's not such a crazy idea. It's pretty strong. I mean, because like I said, trading this, yeah, the knight looks a bit misplaced, but it's coming back. Now, if you think about typically, like, you're basically asking for 4 moves instead of 2 moves in the way that I told you. However, if we think about it, with the pawn on c6, you can't really develop the knight to that square. Fine. And really the nice thing is if we think about the knight sitting on b8, it can't easily get to like this e6 square. When you put the knight on a6, you can bring it to e6, usually by playing knight c7 and then knight e6. That's something you'll see in a couple of setups. But unfortunately, Lula did have to move the bishop. Well, actually, I suppose she didn't have to, but she did. We should be getting another move soon. Looks like Lula did some writing. Yeah, and Lula plays knight g6, which is exactly the move that I thought was going to be played. And for good reason. Knight g6, you're going to have that's so funny. Young Charlie is basically like sitting like head barely above the board. That like is that kind of visual is one of the scariest things you could see across a chessboard. Young kid whose like head is just like barely above the chessboard. Well, Charlie has a big decision to make. Do you want to trade with the knight? Do you want to trade with the bishop? If you don't want to do either of those, you have to move the knight, but you only have one square to move the knight. You could also block with bishop g5, but you may run into some problems. I mean, we should probably calculate it. Bishop g5, let's say f6. I guess you can trade once, but you'll have to move the bishop afterwards. Your light square bishop becomes pretty bad. And Townie Sir says if white really wants the bishop here, they may try knight f5. Bit loose, but should be doable. Yes and no. I don't know. I don't know what I think about knight f5. Knight f5, Kasparov would say if you have a knight on like f4 or f5, it's like, worth a pawn. Undoubtedly a strong move. In that position, however, I just would take the knight. With knight f5, I would just take the knight with the bishop because if you look at our pawns for Lula Robs, all of our pawns are on light squares, and so our light square bishop is not going to be very good. It's also hard to find a diagonal for it because the most dominant diagonal is being taken by white's bishop. And so when we think about these kinds of things, if the knight in this position comes to f5, which again I would love to show, but some technical difficulties. That's what I would do. I would just trade. And it looks like we get a trade of knights, which I sort of expected. And Lula takes with the H pawn, which I really like. I really like that move. It's in my kind of joy to take with F pawn, but truthfully, I think that is not as solid. And pass pawn has a very good point. In the French exchange, you play moves and try to outplay your opponent. The stronger player usually wins the French exchange. I would say that it's true, but again, if I can get the moves to work, I might actually show you guys a setup in the French exchange that is incredibly dangerous for white. I can try to show you guys a setup once there's a big, deep think. I'm really just kind of waiting to hear from the production side about. I'm trying to, yeah, I'm just trying to kind of get a ping or something because I think this is not on my side at the very least. And the knight goes back to f3, except this time it's the other knight. So we've got knight f3. Lula's pawns, in theory, look a little weaker, but this is really nothing to be too worried about. If I were in Lula's shoes, what would I do? I would probably try to move the queen and connect the rooks. And one place that we could consider putting it is on c7, which puts some pressure on the h2 pawn. However, if we think about what I was saying before, then the knight on a6 is a really bad piece. It has absolutely no squares, barring some kind of miracle of some trade that allows you to put the piece on b4. In order to put it anywhere, you have to bring it back. Another idea that I tend to like is queen b6, where you're just like straight up attacking a pawn. You're just asking your opponent, like, what do you want to do here? Black can also consider a move like rook c8, followed by something like c5. The understanding that I have there is that you are going to create an isolated pawn. And without two knights, it's going to kind of be harder to, with less pieces, the isolated pawn becomes weaker and weaker. So that might not be such a great move. I don't really know if there's necessarily a threat for white. And certainly I actually think if I was in Lula's position, I would probably just put the knight on c7 right now. I don't see any great squares. Yeah, I agree. to get the knight into the game. I do agree with that. Um, just having some early morning coffee, you know? Yeah, I do have, sorry, I'm just trying to take care of the technical difficulties right now. Uh talking to someone about this. Um we're not seeing any moves, right? When I move, yeah, it doesn't seem like we're getting any moves. Knight of three. Oh, knight c7. Very good. I like knight c7. That's also the move I was kind of hoping that I just said that Lula would play. Um, yeah, it doesn't seem like the moves are being transmitted. So I would say I had a podcast. I recorded the last episode in October. No, I don't stream on Twitch. I've done a couple of these commentary things in the past. I had a podcast for almost 3 years, interviewing chess players. I had to stop a couple of months ago because I'm doing a PhD and the work is getting very hard, and I probably shouldn't be spending all my time on chess. And actually, that's why I'm awake. I was awake a few hours ago at about 5 o'clock a.m. today to finish up some submission for a data proposal. So, oh, I think we got the moves. I think we have the moves, guys. That's great. So let me do a test now. Are you guys seeing all these moves? Excellent. Beautiful. It's fantastic. So I'm sort of trying to adjust all the moves as much as I can, while still talking to chat, which is a tricky skill. I do want to give some credit to Lula as well because bringing a camera to a tournament and kind of putting yourself in a sense in a kind of risk to get to get roasted by mean people in chat and stuff like that. All your beautiful wins and terrible losses. Um, you have to deal with that. Yeah, Il Domino. Exactly. Exactly. So now that you guys can see the board, let's talk a little bit about strategy here. Because we're pretty much out of theory, so we have to kind of rely on concepts. First of all, we'll notice that white has some sort of fake battery on the light square diagonal. So I don't know if it shows my lines or my arrows. I'm drawing an arrow right now. Let's see if it actually shows. Yeah, okay. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay. Um, so I'm drawing an arrow on this diagonal. And we notice something very important. Um, this is kind of hitting nothing, right? So any kind of sacrifice is going to be garbage. It's not a very convincing thing. Now, in some world where, maybe there's only one pawn and not two pawns on light squares on the king side, you could imagine that maybe reversing it, having the queen in front of the bishop with some checkmate threats, that would be more convincing. But as it stands, this is not very convincing to me. Another thing I want to note is that this queen is vulnerable. It doesn't look super vulnerable now, but it can become very vulnerable very quickly. For example, bring a rook to that c file. You try to get an exchange in the center. Maybe trying to break this pawn chain. You'll be breaking your own pawn chain too. But something like c5, some captures. Now you're going to have a semi-open file. A semi-open file that the queen is standing on. And so you could start to consider ideas of, some sacrifices on the d4 square, which won't really be sacrifices because, this is, I guess, a little bit deeper. But these is kind of the some of the things that I would assume Lula is thinking about very carefully. It is Lula to move. I'm just checking if a move has been made. It hasn't. Lula is down to 15 minutes less. Charlie is still moving rather quickly. I'm not sure if that's due to a lack of experience, but fortunately, this position does not seem super dangerous. It feels very even. One thing that I will note, White would like to exchange dark squared bishops. Yes, White would like to exchange theirs. One thing I will say about our young opponent, why does White want to exchange the dark square bishop? White wants to exchange the dark square bishop, first of all, because it's just not very good. And second of all, because look at these pawns. These pawns are on dark squares. White's pawns are on light squares. Let's imagine an endgame where everything comes off. This bishop is not going to be very useful in endgame if it's, let's say, a bishop versus a knight. Because these pawns are all on light squares. These pawns are effectively invisible to the piece. The same you could say might be true for White, but for White, there's a bit more of a challenge. For White, if let's say you bring the bishop to f5, you bring the bishop to f5 after an exchange, you're just down a pawn. That's not very good. So another thing you might want to try is to put the bishop on g4. But the knight can just move. And what are you doing? This piece is just kind of hanging. You're just leaving it ready to be attacked. So this bishop kind of has to stay here. And because of that, it's a little hard to think about what Lula can realistically do. You don't want to make any kind of moves that create weaknesses, but you also want to get something into the action. So one move that I like here, just keep it simple. I would just play something like rook e8. Simply because we just put something on this open file. I would imagine that White would like to do the same, but then we can think about moving our queen. Then we can think about White can play bishop g5, h4, g3 here. I'm not sure what you mean. Bishop g5 to bishop h4 to bishop g3. Well, it's not so simple. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, bishop g5, bishop h4, bishop g3. Yes. Sorry, I was a little confused. So suggestion in chat is White can here play bishop g5, although it is black to move, keep in mind. Bishop g5, followed by bishop h4, followed by bishop g3, force an exchange with these bishops, which is a very good bishop for Lula. So Lula probably should not let that happen. Another thing Lula can try in that position is to just play bishop e7 and say, well, I'm going to trade this off if you trade it off. And then at the very least, you both Yeah, at the very least, you connect your rooks. But I think that, you should try your best not to lose this bishop. It's an excellent bishop. It's an excellent piece. The second this knight moves, you have some ideas like queen h4 and stuff like that. So, um, but yeah, if it were me, I would play rook e8. It's tough to say though. I think Lula's doing the right thing. The experienced thing to do here is really to just actually give it some time, not just to think about one move, because truthfully, in a position like this, you're not really gonna, it's very hard to. I mean, I actually think it's pretty much impossible to make a move here that instantly loses the game. Um, I think the worst possible. I literally think aside from something like bishop f4, you can't play a move here that instantly loses you the game. Aside from some like thing that is just like hanging a piece on purpose. So the strategy here, it's not really about just like spending 20 minutes to make one move. If you're going to spend 20 minutes, you want to actually kind of think about a game plan. You want to think about many different kinds of moves in response to, a move that you like and try to justify to yourself that that's the move you want to play. For example, something like rook e8, you're thinking about what's white's ideas, what's white's plans here. Is it bishop g5 to h4 to g3? Is it something just like rook e1, rook d1? Um, so that's, I think, what Lula's thinking about right now. Just thinking very carefully about like how do I, what happens after. Another thing that's nice about rook e8, by the way, this is again why you spend a lot of time on one move. So if I just give some example, like let's say something like a6, I'll actually just put this on the board. After something like a6, um, this idea that was presented in chat, um, I am going to just move something for the sake of argument. Let's say something like this. Again, I'll just make some moves for the sake of argument. Let's say something like this and like that to try and get rid of this good bishop. I don't think this is particularly good in this version, to be clear, for either side. But if we now consider a move like rook e8, and now you get this bishop coming to g5, let's move. Now when we move the bishop, we can tuck the bishop back. We don't have to lose it anymore. This is quite nice, especially, if we can create some kind of complex for putting this bishop on a different diagonal and moving it. Again, this is fairly dank. I'm not really trying to say that this is a good or bad idea. What I'm trying to say is that, really sitting and thinking about every possible opportunity, your mind will open to like different configurations of where pieces should go. And that's one very important way that you win chess games. Is sometimes you have to be willing to put pieces on bad squares. You kind of have to be willing to do all of that. So I'm really curious to see what Lula's going to play. It looks like she may be close to making a move, but I don't actually know. This is the current position. I did promise you guys some exchange French theory, so I'll kind of wait for another deep think before doing that. And I'm having some coffee right now. I may actually go back to get more coffee because it's been that kind of a day. Well, 54 Lula's opponent rating. Yeah, I'm not too worried about this. Yeah, so now some criticism. So the long bishop trips, you may gain e5 for your horse because f6 can't be easily played. Yes. Yes. Correct. That's kind of the whole idea, regardless of what happens to get the knight here. I can say as a French player, even in the exchange, a knight on e5 is kind of very annoying. And again, let's think about this knight, right? So this knight started on b8. If the knight was on b8, you could just bring this knight to d7, and you're easily countering the piece here. This doesn't mean you're going to get a good trade or anything, but you're able to counter it at least. You don't have to suffer that much. If you're a French defense player, you're kind of used to having a little bit less space, feeling a little bit cramped. But now with this knight here, it's not clear where it's going to be going, you know? And I don't know. B5 looks wrong. Although maybe this is actually possible. I don't know. Maybe this is actually possible to do some weird zigzag like this. The other option is like knight e8, knight f6. But first of all, you're allowing yourself to get pinned. And second of all, more importantly, if we think about the arrows, again, this knight started on b8. You could have done this in 2 moves. So you're basically wasting 2 tempi. Again, fortunately, I don't think our opponent has been too careful about tempos in this game. But nevertheless, these are kind of some things you have to consider. And you know what? While we wait for a move, I think I'm going to show you guys one of my favorite things in the exchange French, because the exchange French has a reputation for being boring and dry. So I actually play the exchange French, and I play it with the black pieces. And I'll just show you one line that can be incredibly dangerous in the right hands. So the theory goes after bishop d3, you play bishop d6. This is very common. And typically, in this kind of setup, you are resident sleeper, to use a Twitch emote. I'm a little bit out of fashion these days. You basically, your opponent thinks, okay, we're playing an exchange French, la da 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 da. This is going to be super fun. It's not fun because typically exchange French is extremely boring. So, after some normal developing move, now you play a very tricky knight e7. And the idea here is very straightforward. After castles, bishop f5. You guys will kind of see what the idea here. So it's, typically you don't make this trade usually. Now, just for the sake of showing the concept, I'm not going to show you kind of some of the tricky things where, for example, you have bishop g5, you can accidentally blunder a piece. Rook e1, you can accidentally blunder a piece, because kind of the way the pieces get trapped is very weird. This is why you don't see this that often. But if you know it, it's intuitive. Let's just say we get something like, I don't know, say something like knight c3. Now we're going to play this. Again, don't worry too much about the moves that I'm making. Basically, the idea is something like this. This is the setup. You have to be a little bit careful. It's a bit tricky. This is basically the setup that you're going for, followed by f6, g5, h5, and you just storm. And, for a exchange French player with the white pieces, because again, if we think about the exchange French, who dictates the exchange? See, it's white, right? So what this means is that white is the one who's choosing to play a boring opening or an allegedly boring opening. And so it's kind of your responsibility with black or with white to kind of affect the psychology here. And so this is the kind of setup that I play. It can be a little bit different, but this is just the general concept. Again, I can show you guys a really cool game I played once where I sacrificed 3 pieces, 18 moves, just to give you an example of how crushing it is. But until then, I think we should go back to our game. I don't know if a move has been made. A move has still not been made. Lula is down to an hour, still thinking, which is fine. I guess I will show you another example of the psychology. I don't know if any of you guys played the Slav. If any of you guys play the Slav. So again, somebody plays a Slav, they're usually expecting an exchange. And the really, really boring Slav line goes kind of something like this. Uh, let's make some moves. Play something like this. Oh, I don't know. I don't play the Slav, but the point is you usually get some extremely sleep-inducing opening like this. And then somewhere around here, you shake hands and you go home. But what did I just tell you about when it comes to psychology? When it comes to psychology, you want to be disruptive, and you can do this online. You don't have to do this over the board. And so maybe you're going to play the Slav, and you're going to continue, just the way you might expect of the Slav, and then you're going to hit your opponent with a total surprise. And this is how you guys can kind of develop your own theory. This is just you have to kind of go on your favorite opening explorer, whether that's chess.com, Lead Chess, Chess Base, and kind of look for these ideas that have, interesting win rates. Sometimes even ones with a little bit higher loss rate, but just something that is kind of tricky. And the idea here with F3, if you guys have never seen this before, is after knight C6, you play E4. And this does not look very convincing. You might be thinking, David, you play something like Queen B6, this diagonal's getting open. This can't be very good. This is pretty well-known theory at the top level. I think there's basically like a forced draw somewhere, but practically for people of my caliber, I imagine many of you in chat, super dangerous. The idea is after takes, um, you sort of get something like this. After E6, you play knight F3, just putting a threat immediately. Something like takes. And the idea is basically, whatever happens in the next move, you're like giving a check. You're pushing the pawn. You're playing like rook F1. And this is just like insanely dangerous. And again, you're a Slav player. You're playing the Slav because you want to call it earlier. You want like the people who play the London. You don't want anything that's tricky. You want something that's kind of simple and pleasant. And what I'm doing here is I'm putting a tremendous amount of pressure right out of the opening. Even if it might be a little bit dubious. Um, though this is still theory. I mean, this is still theory. Um, and I mean, you can just like win literally in 14 moves. Um, what's Lula Rob's ELO rating? Are you talking chess.com or are you talking FIDE? Uh, yeah, Simon did do a course on this. I actually spoke with Simon about this in Berlin a couple of months ago. Tried to play a game against him in this. We played a couple of blitz games together. Um, Hello, David. How are you? I am okay. I've been better, honestly. But this is very enjoyable. I haven't spent a lot of time on chess in a long time, really. My rapid rating is about as good as it's ever been, but I'm not playing that often, and my blitz abilities are terrible. And it looks like we're getting a move, by the way. So we're gonna get Lula's feeder rating is about 1500. Um, I think it's 1500, and there's going to be an increase in FIDE rating. For those of you with FIDE ratings, there's going to be an increase very soon. Um, Increase is going to be, um, I don't know, it's some mathematical scaling. So I'm going to get to about 1800 FIDE after that, which is exciting. Gain 100 ELO for nothing. It's basically to account for inflation due to really strong young players. Yes, correct. Yes, exactly. On March 1st. Think long, think wrong. I've noticed Lula often thinks for a long time in non-critical positions. It's better to have a steady rhythm, I think. So I agree with you. There is a caveat though. Like it's true. It's true. You should have a steady rhythm. Rhythm is going to help you, right? Just get to move 40. Um, But, if you're spending 20 minutes on a move like, 98, and you've thought of, everywhere this knight can go, e- basically every possible combination, three moves deep, and you have, even if you don't remember, but you kind of look at every line and you say, okay, well, this is gonna do something for me, then it's fine. The problem is if you're sitting at the board and you're just nervous to make a move, you feel a little uncomfortable. Like if we look at this position, well, these bishops are, they're not the best bishops of all time. I actually think it's a pretty good bishop, but this is not. Um, no, it's not because of Hikaru. No, it has not. It's absolutely not because of Hikaru. Um, we could talk cheating, and all that stuff too, if you guys want. I haven't really shared any of my chess opinions in a long time with anybody. When I had a podcast, I did it pretty easily, but that's not my MO anymore. I've got other things to do. Why is it 200 elo point increase? Um, I think that's the max you can get is 200 points. It's scaled with elo. So if you're a good player, you're not getting any elo. Like I think above like 2000, you're not getting anything. The reason why is because, people's provisional ratings, let's say some guy in India, he's been watching Hikaru streams for 5 years. And he's finally like, I'm gonna go and play an over the board tournament. Because in India, part of why you have these Indian prodigies is just because there's less of a, even though there's so many people who play chess, it's a very large country, and the infrastructure for chess hasn't really caught up with the demand. And so, you need to really be amazing to make it out into the circuit, unless you have, obviously if you have a lot of money, you could go play in Europe and stuff like that. But if you're just playing in India, my understanding is that it's just hard to actually get those opportunities to play OTB. So then you go and play OTB, and you're like 2,500 online, and you're 1,000 elo, starting rating. So everybody's going to be losing rating because of people like that. Everybody, and they're going to go and just like devour rating points. So the general concept is I remember seeing something about this, some mathematical explanation. I really should have like looked into it more, but my understanding is that it's sort of to account for this phenomenon. Um, that's that's my understanding. For what it's worth, I don't know if people under 2000 are actually underrated. I think the rating system in of itself is pretty problematic. Some people have suggested making something kind of like tennis. I don't know if you guys follow tennis, but like something like UTR, or I think I won't butcher the Danish pronunciation. Jacob Agard, or I think it's Ogol. Uh, um, he wants something more like the ATP. So basically, you gain your ranking from like winning tournaments. But I think that's kind of still biased towards the highest level. Um, oh, we get knight g5, which I think is a very greedy. I would say this is a very greedy move. I don't know what you guys think. And truthfully, I don't know how good it is. But there's really one thing we need to calculate here. So, first of all, if we fall asleep at the wheel, there's a very concrete threat here, just taking and winning a pawn. Now, is this the end of the game? No. Is this something we want? Definitely not. This would be, I would say, pretty bad. But again, I don't know if you guys remember what I said before, for those of you here earlier. Imagine if these were reversed and the queen was here. If the queen was here, we're suddenly in huge trouble. I mean, I guess you could defend this square with a knight, but then this bishop's coming, and I don't know. There is definitely some regrouping you have to do. With this way, it's less threatening because here you can just move, and although I don't know, actually, maybe you go here. Anyway, point being, we don't fall asleep at the wheel here. We need to decide if there's, any risk. Um, The other thing we need to worry about is like, let's say we move the bishop back. And this is no undoubtedly what Lula's calculating. Can this be sacked? Maybe you get 2 pawns for the knight. Maybe this is the kind of opponent who just likes to play like this. You get some kind of something like this where this king is pretty close to wide open. Do I think this is good? No. I mean, you're still up a piece at the end of the day. But you know, the rooks can come fairly easily. And again, this is why it's very important to think about piece placement all the time. Look at this bishop right here. Imagine if instead of using a tempo on this move very early on, I think this is one of the first moves that was played right out of the opening. Imagine if instead you didn't play that. Maybe you had the bishop somewhere else. Or maybe you didn't move it at all, and instead you had a rook on the e-file. Now, in this kind of position, you're easily getting some more pieces into the attack by putting the bishop here, especially when you're playing the French, so you can already see on this move, you can already kind of see what the open file is going to be. It's right here. This is the open file. It's staying open. You know, you can't like you know, you'd have to like put some knight here to close it. It's functionally an open file. It'll certainly stay semi-open for the rest of the game at the very least, and probably open as French at the end of the day. That's why you got to know your opening ideas. So these kinds of things don't really work. This kind of sacrifice. So yeah, I mean, there's quite a few ideas for Lula here. I wouldn't really panic here, importantly. You could move the queen to defend. You could play something like queen d7. You could just move the bishop back. I'm not really worried about this, specifically because I don't think it's easy for any pieces to get into the attack. But you know, I'm not the one sitting in the driver's seat at the end of the day, you know. I just think that it'll be pretty easy for eventually for black to regroup after something like knight f6, you know, kind of stacking something on the f file. Probably going to put the rook here, but you should be okay. After a move or two, you should be all right. Point being that I'm not really concerned about this move at all. I'm not worried. So yeah, it's curious. I'm actually curious to see what Lula does here. Hopefully Lula's not gonna panic or not really worry too much about this move. There doesn't really seem to be any kind of threat that is believable. But you do need to move the bishop. That much is clear. Lula's gonna make some decisions soon. You play people from countries like Azerbaijan and China, they just play amongst themselves. They become underrated when they travel to Europe. Yes and no. I mean, inherently playing in your own. So the statistical problem is not that, you know, people are different strength in countries. The statistical problem is what is ELO? It's like basically like a mathematical function. You could think of it that way. Like you see it as a number, but really what it means is it's related to a statistical function. The idea with ELO is that, you know, oh, we just got to move. We got queen f6. I assume the idea is that if takes and takes, you have an open file. I don't like the piece placement here, though. This double pawn in the endgame is going to be very problematic compared to 3 connected pawns this way. And also like losing the bishop pair. I mean, it's not the best bishop, but having this backwards pawn is not, it's not very glamorous, let's put it that way. I mean, again, do I think that black is like losing or anything? No. It's very hard to kind of get into a one move scenario like that in the French. But back to Passepart's point. The problem is that I mean, if you look at China, for example, if you look at Azerbaijan, how many players are actually in that federation compared to the US and Russia? You'd be surprised. I actually looked for China. China does not have a very big federation. I mean, they have some great players, obviously. You know, they're the world champion, but they don't actually have such a large federation. And so Uh, the problem is that you're playing against the same people, and that's why you become underrated. When you're playing the same or similar people, that's how you actually become underrated because it's a statistical problem. Like, um, I'll give you an example. I think my one of my buddies is in chat, and you know he's from Norway. So let's say me and him we meet up in Denmark, and I'm about 1,700 FIDE and he's 1,600 FIDE. Just as an example, we are gonna go play 100 rated games over the year. Um, Now, if I'm much better than him, I'm quickly going to gain a lot of rating. But as you guys know, there's also a limit because his rating is going to go down and my rating is going to go up. So the more games we play, the less points I can actually get. So now let's turn those two people into 100 people. The same thing is at play. It's not as strong, but that same effect still happens. If there's not a lot of tournaments and there's only a couple people playing tournaments, the gains are not going to be as high. And then you go to Europe and you play these enormous open tournaments, and you have no how you have no clue how strong you really are. And why would you know how strong you really are? Also, I want to note that so it's something which was not clear to me. You can also just take like this, but I don't know. This is obviously much better, but um, yeah, I mean, if we think about you're going from here to here, it's to me is not very logical. Um, you're wasting time. It's kind of my point that I want to make here. And a very convoluted point with a short oversimplified statistics lesson. Um, if we look at the game from start to finish, let me just give some more general comments to catch people up. So we have an exchange French. Our opponent played this I'll say very passively. There's nothing wrong with this, although I don't think this is what I would play. I know knight f3 is I think is the most common move, but I prefer bishop d3. It's more flexible, and the bishop wants to come here anyway. I know people also play c4. There's like this London style with bishop f4. There's a lot of things you can play. You really cannot go wrong. I think c4 is yeah, c4 mixes it up. I think this is called the Panov attack. No, that's the Monte Carlo. In the Caro-Kann, it's Panov. So I don't know. C4 is perfectly fine. I think it scores the highest, but I'm just looking at the database right now, the Masters database. But let's knight f3 is fine. Lula also sorry. Uh, yeah. Lula plays what I think is the most sensible move. Bishop d6. This is you want to get on this diagonal. And here comes the stunner. If this is prep, I really don't know what to say. But here our young opponent plays bishop e3, which I have never seen before. It has apparently been played by like a few like pretty strong players. Um, I mean no GMs, but pretty strong players. And Lula develops very sensibly. I would have probably played this because you're closer to the center, and also are we going to get a kind of a wasted move after? But surely there are ideas for 97, which not trying to be too critical. It doesn't really matter. This is a completely fine move, but I'm just saying I would have played knight f6. And yeah, after c3, castles was played in this position by two expert level players in 2001. But this move, which is a good move. I like this move. You're staying flexible. Maybe you want to go castle queenside. Yeah, maybe you stay flexible with this. I showed you guys like I like this move in the exchange French a lot. We're in completely new territory. Then we got knight d2. Knight d2 I thought was a bit confusing because you can't challenge this bishop at all. Like you would like to play something like this and kind of try to put a challenge, hopefully trade, and then maybe play knight d2, maybe play queen b3, maybe play queen d3, and castle. I mean, okay, but we got this. Mirroring the pawn structure, as Hikaru says, mirror, mirror on the wall. Bishop e2, which puts both bishops kind of on a very passive squares. Castles, castles. Knight a6. I thought the idea here would be something like knight c7, knight e6, then maybe bring the knight here, maybe bring the knight here, maybe just leave it here. Just a good place, bring it closer to the attack, put some pressure on the center. Our young opponent had some different ideas in this case. Trying to win this bishop. And actually, as I look at it now, there's really I wonder why Lula just didn't play something like Queen c7 and like after trades, this is under attack, this is weak. You can probably create some kind of a backwards pawn. I really like something like this. I think this white already has a pretty significant disadvantage here. Backwards pawn. All these pawns are going to be on light squares. This battery is excellent. Like I said, okay, it's not it's the kind of the fake battery because the queen is behind the bishop, but still pressure. Only question mark is this piece, but it's nothing you can't solve. Now, this isn't forced or anything, but my point is that there was not necessarily this kind of expediency to move this bishop. It was not really in danger. It wasn't actually hanging because the knight was right here. Another thing we could have considered is just to put the bishop here, because what happens in the game is the bishop will end up coming to the square. And that's where I think it still is in this game right now. So we did end up getting exchange here. Lula decided to take with the h-pawn. Someone said in the chat, I think it was pass pawn, that conventional knowledge is to take towards the center. I actually am partial to this idea because in the exchange French and some variations of the Caro-Kann, sometimes you end up getting this like stunning sacrifice on f2. I can try to show you an example game that I have of this if we have another long thing. This like stunning sacrifice on f2, which can just be completely winning. So having this file open is usually a pretty good thing. And I mean, it's riskier, obviously. It's actually much riskier, but I like having this open file for the rook. And then, once you move the queen, you could have two rooks on these files, which are both open, which is quite nice. And in this way, you can't really put a rook on this open file. And, if you imagine some like queen coming here and some rook coming here, that's going to be pretty dangerous. So there's like pretty much no way to defend that in a nice way. White setup indicates he will not be unhappy with the draw. Well, let's see. I mean, so this is kind of where we are in the game now. Lula is doing some shuffle, and that's not what's played in the game. In the game, this was played, and I think we're still waiting on a move. Opponent is thinking whether he should trade. I think if I had to guess, our opponent here is kind of looking for something tricky. Can he set up some kind of trap? Can he set up some kind of, devious, something tricky? I'm actually wondering, I don't think it's very good, but I'm wondering how good f4 will be. Someone suggested that earlier. I think it's incredibly dangerous. F5 is like an enormous threat. If we just fall asleep at the wheel. I mean, everything is opening up now, right? So you have to be really careful. And I don't know, how would you actually defend this, those of you watching? I think there's really only one good move, not this here. I think there's only like one good way to protect. I think bishop f5. I think if you don't play bishop f5, you're just losing. Like something like this. Now you're gonna get access here. There's threats of forks. I actually think you can just win this pawn, and everything is falling apart. I mean, this looks terrible. So our opponent might be thinking about this, but then the question is after this, we can try to keep queens on board. I personally am more inclined to trade queens here. Um, that's my opinion. I would like to kind of trade the queens here. Because first of all, this piece is pretty strongly neutralized. More importantly, this bishop is pretty bad in the sense that it's looking at granite, but these are still opponent's pawns. This bishop, on the other hand, is looking at the same granite, looking at rocks, eating rocks, but it's its own pawns. So you can't eat your own pawns. Some people have suggested that maybe that's a way to kind of improve chess and make it less drawy, is to let people eat their own pieces. But yeah, this bishop is going to be much worse in the long run than this bishop, because these pawns at the end of the day are still on light squares. So you can kind of reroute everything, and you'll find something this way. So that's why I would probably trade queens here. There is also an argument for not trading queens though, and trying to build some kind of an attack. But it's hard to see like where this queen is going next. I guess maybe to g6. Or maybe if we just want to make some kind of moves. You know, this pawn is a bit problematic because you can't easily. Maybe you bring the knight and then you like something like this. I don't know, just making moves just for as an example, right? This is under attack. You're losing some material here. So I mean, there are ideas. But I don't know. If I look at where we are in this game, to queen f6, which is just going to promote this variation. Oh, f4 was actually played. So so Lula has to make the right decision here. I really think if bishop f5 is not played, you're just lost. Oh, and Lula has actually made a move, it seems. Has Lula responded to bishop f4 though? Excellent. Yeah, play bishop f5. Bishop f5 is the only move. I think you're basically lost if you don't play this. And Lula does find it, which is amazing. So we should be in pretty good shape. I think an exchange here is a disaster for white. Yes, f4 blocks the bishop, but white's bishop and black bishop are both blocked, but the black's bishop is going to be much better. Yeah, on e3, yes, this is a big problem. I mean f4 is like pretty much a high risk, high reward move. It's a bit of a gamble because I think that this is the only move, bishop f5. I don't know why it's not showing on the I don't know why it's not showing on the board. I don't know why it's still I think it's on the wrong position. I think we oh, I see. It didn't get updated. Sorry, I'm just fixing this. Correct. You don't have to trade bishops. That's true. Queen f2. Queen f2. So if you're saying queen f2 is pretty tricky after this, queen h4, you have to give up the queen to avoid mate. Interestingly, though, look at this, though. What's the material balance here? This is a pretty funny it's a pretty funny situation to get yourself in though, right? Um it's like two rooks for the queen and a knight for the rook. Um it's pretty cute. I don't think this will happen. It's pretty deep. Um but this is a pretty cute idea. This is very devious. I think this is a very hard move to find though. Maybe not though. Interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, if our opponent finds that, that's you know, that's just like a stroke of genius. I don't know what to say. That's really beautiful. I mean, I still don't think the game is like lost, but it's definitely it's definitely a big blunder. You have to, I think Queen F2 is a brilliant move. Queen F2 is absolutely brilliant move. I don't know if I don't know if you're using the engine. Lula gave me two rules for today. One is not to use the engine, and second of all is to have fun. So I'm trying to make sure we do both. Um, I may take a creative liberty and use the engine in a really crazy position if I really don't understand anything that's going on, but I will definitely let you guys know. Not trying to take any credit for these ideas. Um, it's a very tricky move, and I actually think it's a very good move. Lula has to be extremely careful in that situation. I mean, I don't know how do we defend this? We have to be like you can't fall asleep at the wheel. I mean, I don't actually know how do you defend against this? Like, is it just lost? I don't actually know how you. I mean, do you have to maybe like move the knight and then move the rook? Like something like this and I mean this doesn't. I guess maybe you're okay, but this doesn't look super. This doesn't look super fun. Queen F2 is played. Wow, that's incredible. I don't know. I don't know what the best move is. I think like if I look at this position, okay, so this is what I looked at. I was thinking, okay, well, you need to make some space, so maybe you do something like this. But I think this is like, I don't know if it's losing, but this does not look incredible. Um, Lula here has to, if there's a place to spend time, it's it's here. Um, chugging my coffee. I just shotgunned it. We need some good energy in the chat. This is kind of a critical position. I'm going to I think chat, I'm gonna be just taking a quick break to get some water. I'll be right back and then we'll talk. So I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Um, I don't think this is lost yet, but we need to chat. We need to think very carefully about how we actually save this. Um, we know we can't take. We can try to work through the logic together. So ZT says Queen E7. What's the idea? After Queen E7, why am I okay? Maybe I'm not super sharp, but why am I okay here? Ah, Knight F6, very nice. Yeah, that's you got to use the logic. Queen E7 is played, very nice. Thank you, Chad. Thank you very much. I'm not super sharp today. Sorry, guys, I had to take care of something for work very quickly. Hope you guys understand. Um, I sort of just submitted a proposal for data for a telescope. And so I'm just there's something I had to take care of very last second. I apologize. Um, yeah, I mean, if we look at the moves, you got Rook A E1. This is what we got next. We can promote this so you guys can all see. This is the current position on the board, rook a to e1 with I mean, very obvious. I won't say very obvious. It's a very concrete threat of moving the bishop. And so Lula needs to be careful. Lula needs to figure out where to put this queen. Maybe you put the queen here and you just build up some pressure. But I don't know. I'm not. The nice thing is that this bishop, if there's any discovery, cannot take anything. Um, Queen h4 and rook f3. It's still possible. It's still possible. Yeah, all the ideas are possible. Lula should definitely, be a bit afraid. Also, what am I doing? I mean, all of these. Oh, I missed the exchange, didn't I? Yeah, I missed an exchange, huh? I was wondering why this looked different from the board on the. Sorry, apologize. I think it's takes, and now here. Okay, let's assess this position, chat. What do we think about this position, chat? The first thing I want you guys to note is something I pointed out kind of before. That this bishop is horrible. This bishop is not good, but these are dark square pawns that the opponent has, and we have a dark square bishop. This bishop is a dark square bishop behind a sea of dark square pawns. So this bishop is trash. It's what my old coach would call a big pawn. It's a disaster. Really hideous piece. Now, another thing to keep in mind, there is this idea that some of you are pointing out in chat. I mean, the general concept here, again, right now there is some kind of a discovery threat, but let's just talk general concepts. There is some kind of thing that you could worry about in some universe where something like this happens. Now, that required what, 3 moves? 1, 2, 3. That's plenty of time to defend. So this is not something I'm especially worried about. But it is something to keep in mind that there is some threats. And actually here we got knight f6. So Lula, I think, makes the right call here. Clearly not worried about any discoveries here. Realizing that she can just move the queen somewhere and things will be okay. And this move has a dual purpose because it's also defending the square. So now the only idea for checkmate is going to be kind of putting a checkmate here on h8. You don't have one on h7 anymore. So I think so far so good. We do actually get queen h4. And I think our young opponent is going to be looking for this kind of idea, but there's several ways to handle this. There are several ways to take care of this. By the way, I would also like to point out that there is going to be an outpost soon on e4 with any luck. That should really be in favor of white. Bishop takes bishop felt suboptimal. Oh, you mean here? After bishop takes f5? Yeah, there was not a pressing need to do this, but it was done. That's what matters. Probably needs to move the f8 rook. Maybe. I mean, I think there's as much of a case to move the a rook. I actually like something like g6 and then putting the bishop here. Because this, you don't have to worry about dark square weaknesses at all, and then you're opening this file. So like just as an example, I don't know if you guys are seeing these moves, but something like this. Like, I don't know, we're gonna have to be a little careful, I suppose, but you know, something like this. G6 met with queen h6. How? Oh, you mean here? Um, Queen h6 here. In that case, oh, no, it's not so simple. Well, one thing I can do is something like this. It's kind of a long line I'm going through. So after Queen h6, I think you may be able to have this kind of shuffle here. After discovery, you are able to kind of trade against everything. Another idea, as somebody that did mention, which I also like, is knight g4. I also like this. It's kind of similar. I mean, this here, I think the knight is a little worse placed, but you know, you can kind of start to reroute pieces. Ideally, you'd like to get a knight on e4. I think if Lula gets a knight on e4, it's just amazing. Queen h4 was played. I mean, we don't want to get too distracted. I'm just saying it's one thing I kind of like. One thing we don't want to allow is Queen h7, as Shepherd Bush Sage says. G6 is played. Wow, I'm like on a roll right now. I'm seeing all of Lula's moves. Oh yeah, knight g4 was just silly, by the way. I was not super sharp today. Sorry, commentators curse because yeah, you just get mated here. So we can't really play that yet. But I think that kind of this shuffle is going to be a good idea. Another thing you could consider actually is maybe putting the knight on h5. It's a pressure here. You kind of block this, and you were able to make a trade. I mean, this can't happen right now, but it is again something worth considering. I would expect to see the bishop move now. I think it's time to try to get some kind of a discovery in play. Um, and you know, once this queen moves, this piece ends up being a bit loose. Yeah, queen h6, I would say rook fe8 makes the most sense. Just simply to get this trade. I mean, again, we have to think about we're heading towards an endgame if the queens come off, and these pawns are horrendous. Queen h6 is played. I think the best move here is going to be to move this rook, probably on the e file, so you can force a trade. And there's no threat. I mean, you're in time. Once you know, if you try to do something, I mean, you are in time not to trade. And you know, if this queen moves somewhere, now you're able to come here, and now you're able to kind of move everything, able to get everything you want. So I think queen h6 might have been a subtle error. Black has queen f8. Exactly, exactly. I think I was trying to show this on the board. I don't know if I was able to. Bishop takes. I think we had this. Knight f6. I'm trying to find. I messed up the moves. I'm sorry. I think the position is something like this. And rook f to e8. Oh, rook f3 after rook f e8. Oh, this actually happened in the game. I predicted the whole thing. I wasn't even looking at the board. I was just trying to. And Lula got it. I mean, this shows incredible understanding with queen f8. I hope this is shown on the board now. Rook f3 and then queen f8. Yeah, this is shown on the board. This is just an incredible game by Lula. She's playing this extremely well. Um, the attack is over. If you want to keep the queens alive, you run into some problems. And you're running into huge problems soon, actually. You're running into a very big problem soon with the knight coming to g4. I think the Lula's opponent has misplayed this. Let's see what happens here. I mean, truthfully, you don't have many options, right? Where can this queen actually go? These squares or trade. Um, and then we have some ideas to put the knight here and maybe get some more pressure on this piece. I mean, yeah, there's ways to handle it after, so kind of have to proceed from there. But also look at this. I mean, if this bishop moves, this could lose this rook. So I think if white had just played bishop d2 first, the black queen would have been forced away, and this blind would win. When do you mean? Do you mean here? The thing is, it's not over here because here I can block. Can I block actually? Maybe you're right. No, something about this doesn't seem right. I think we can move and then block it this way. I mean, I still think there's some kind of a shuffle here that we can do. Followed by bishop coming here. I think I was trying to show if like bishop d2 here immediately. I think this is what you're saying. I don't know if it's actually showing the moves. Let me see. Does it show my sideline? Because it seems like sometimes the classroom doesn't show the sideline, so I just want to check. If so, then I haven't been. Oh, it does show the sidelines. Yeah, no, I don't think this is winning. I mean, you don't play this because you lose, which I keep sleeping on. But you can move this somewhere. There are no good discoveries here, I think, because you can just easily defend, and then we are still going to try to bring a piece here. So, yeah, that's kind of what I think the situation is. Lula's opponent undoubtedly feeling the pressure, taking a gamble on the attack, but it doesn't seem like it's going to pay off. I think Lula is just better here. I think Lula is simply better. Just want to check what the specifics was. After queen a6 is rook fe8, rook f3, and the queen f8. So I'm gonna bet you won't trade queens. I am gonna bet that too, considering that he was kind of going for some crazy attack and then entombing his bishop in the process. I don't think he'll trade. I also think that strategically it's losing. Like it's way too easy for black to play after a trade. I mean, you have a couple of options about how specifically you want to do it, but first of all, you're going to get this bishop out of this tomb. You're going to put it on a different diagonal, where you can kind of weaken whatever pawns you want. You can put pressure on whatever pawns you want. Yeah, so queen h4 was played. Now, my question is, does this idea of queen g7, sorry, king g7 work? Is this okay? Because this is what I would like to play. I'd like to play this and trade. Are there any issues there? Oh, you're saying queen g7 here, and then you can move the knight. That's a nice move. I think it's a very nice move. Um, to me, that feels like a move that's going to get the job done. Um, no. Well, you want to defend this, right? Because this knight looks a little bit loose. You don't have to play queen g7 like right this moment either, right? Because if the rook does come to h3, you can play next, or you can even play this, and then everything is sort of defended. Although, wait a minute. let's say we play something like this. Yeah, I mean you're in time. Although, if I was calculating this that you do the rook keeps the open file. Um, so I don't know. I don't like this that much. I don't like this that much. I don't think. I actually think yeah, Queen G7 is quite nice. And also I like Knight H5. Knight H5 is a good idea. I think we have a move after no, Queen H4 we don't have a move yet. I think Lula's on her way to winning this game. I think this is I think Lula's like well on her way to getting a nice win here. So chat, any thoughts, any questions? Any uh any questions about life's biggest challenges? Can you guys go to the movies lately? And Tanny Circe, I agree. I really like Queen G7. I think it's incredibly logical. When you're playing chess, you may not play the best moves, but you'll do pretty good if you play logical moves. Even if the logic is only known to you. Logic is good. This is a logical move, so this is probably not a terrible move. Lula does need to be a little cautious of the time because we're quickly approaching, move per minute territory, which is not somewhere you want to be in a, you know, this opponent is clearly a very tactical one. So I think it's kind of important to realize you can make a few moves that are fine. And if your fear is a discovery, then just kind of address that need. Because at this point, I mean, you have these dark squares, which would maybe be risky, but this ship is completely useless. So your rooks are connected, they're not disoriented. Um, long term, you're gonna get this really nice outpost. Um, one idea that might exist is something like this. Uh, I just wanted to show, getting some kind of setup like this, completely in tune with the bishop. Trying to trade queens, go for a nice endgame. Nice winnable endgame. Is there anything else? I mean, there's no immediate threat. Maybe she could try doubling up the rooks on the e file. Yeah, you can. I mean, you have to be a little careful, maybe about discoveries. But I think, like for example, here you just take, um, and there's nothing great. So, I mean, is there any other good discovery here? I mean, again, you're just gonna go take this nice outpost. So yeah, I mean, I think you probably have time. You don't have to actually worry too much. But it's hard when you're actually sitting in the driver's seat and you feel like you've survived some insane brilliancy, and now you're wondering, how do I How do I take care of this? Yeah, knight h3 blocks the rook from going to h3 exactly. Yeah, this knight looks scary, but it's not all that. I mean, any move here is good as long as you don't move the knight and get mated in one. It's just all you kind of have to do. I mean, even still, you could probably play. Maybe you could get away with knight h5. I don't know how good it is. Knight h7, there might be a tricky discovery. Well, uh, oh, you mean in what position? Oh, Lula played queen g7, by the way. So she figured out the logic. Lula did play knight. She played queen g7. Very good. And now actually Lula's the one with a pretty big threat, um, in my opinion. And that's to play something either like knight to g4 or knight to e4. Well, maybe threat's not the right word, but it's posing some big problems for sure. Yeah, this is definitely a consolidating move. I would agree. So it's I wouldn't just say consolidating. It's just a very strong move. So you said I don't see what white does, but let's do as an exercise. Like what? Let's think. Okay, let's slow down. White isn't. I would say white is playing down a bishop. That's a bit of extreme answer. Um, there's still a bishop on the board. It could become active, but white's playing without a good bishop. I would quickly backpedal rook f1, try knight f3 and knight e5. Yeah, you could do that, but again, there's no obligation to take. At the end of the day, I actually think backpedaling is a good try. Um, I think it's a good try. Another thing you consider is like to move the bishop, and then after like takes, maybe you try to take with the queen. You have kind of you have you know some struggles here, but maybe at the very least here you can try to reroute this bishop somewhere. And I mean, truthfully, we're still very much in draw territory. I don't think that this is like one. Yeah, this is not close to one. There's kind of actually we should talk about this, chat. Um, what's the strategy here, right? Let's say you have the black pieces. You know you're better. You're not much better. You know you're better, like clearly better. You feel that you're better. But what do you do here? Do you go for an attack? Do you try to go for some crazy attack, like winning mating attack? Do you feel like you'll be able to win this in the end game? I don't know if there's a right answer there. I think a lot of it is just like it's up to the artist's discretion. What I do know for sure though is that you feel that you're better, and so sometimes what happens when you feel you're better, and this is something that I definitely struggle with, is you go crazy. You try to like go for something super aggressive, try to go for an attack. That can work, but sometimes you have to kind of give up that advantage you spent, at this point, 23 moves building with just good play. And Tanny Sir says fast activity on the E file, knowing your possible endgame being better. I like that. I like that. I think it's a very sensible strategy. And we have a move. Rook E to F1. This guy's going all out. This guy is like not relenting whatsoever. Unfortunately, I don't think this is a very good move. Like at all. I think I don't think this is a very good move. So what are we playing here? We are the famous streamer Lula Robs. What are we playing here? Because you guys have had some very good ideas so far. By the way, I will say, I commentated for this exact same festival like a year ago, and it's really cool to see, WCM next to Lula's name. That's really cool because I know she's worked very hard to get here. So, um, you know, it's pretty cool. Lula is someone I had her on my podcast when she was just getting started streaming, and it's been like really amazing to kind of see the growth in the last 2 years or so. Like at the end of the day, Rook D7. Wait, Rook D7 or Rook E7? Yeah, I think stacking is the way. Yeah, I think stacking is the way to go. Yeah, Rook E7. I think stacking rooks on the open file is the very principled way to go. I don't I and I mean if I look at this from Black's perspective, what do you actually play here? Sorry, from White's perspective, what do you actually play here? Like optically it um looks like White has an attack, but it's not a real attack. Everything is actually defended. It just looks like we're having an attack, but there's no attack. So double rook's 94 and see if we retake with the rook or get a protected passer. Hmm. Well, first of all, there's no inclination necessarily to take, right? So that we can just have a good night on e4. Um, what is White's threat? There is no threat. There's absolutely no threat. Everything, this is kind of it's a bit of a fraudulent attack. It looks, to the untrained eye, it looks a bit scary, right? Like this three pieces coming to the king side, kind of open file right next to the king. It looks scary, but there's nothing to fear here. Would C4 be an idea eventually? I would, I don't know. Look, I'm not a grandmaster, right? Yeah, I think I just, yeah. So I actually like C4. I thought you meant C4, like for white. Um, it's worth a try. I mean, right now the position is there's too many big pieces. It's worth a try just because it at the very least will give you a place to put your own bishop. It's worth something, and you maybe you can get like some isolated pawn out of it in the right circumstances. C5 I like a lot less, because what does C5 give you? And I'm not ever gonna be a GM. I don't know if I want to be a GM. I don't think, considering how much, yeah, well, actually, I'm doing a PhD. It's kind of the same thing. Like you put like, years and years reading books and, competing with people for, you know, no money, just personal satisfaction, sometimes not even that. And you inevitably have some kind of, you know, abuse of some vice. So I don't know, maybe I'm, becoming a GM and something else. Yeah, no, I don't have any plans to become a grandmaster. B4 and A4. B4 and A4 for white. You can't play that. I mean, you're just giving, this is kind of white's in a bit of a bind. I'm I'm curious what the engine actually gives us evaluation, like as in just a numerical evaluation. Um, okay, Lula played King F8. King F8 is definitely it's a move. It's not a move I like a lot. Sorry. This is not a move I really am very fond of. Because now you can actually, so this is my opinion. Theoretically, trading all the pieces off, trading the queens, trading the rooks, theoretically, black will be better because of this horrible bishop on e3. Practically, we're looking at something a bit different because that's all kind of assuming that you're like a maestro of an endgame player. And, if you reach that kind of endgame in, let's say, 10 moves, well, we're still on move 34. So you have 6 moves. I mean, Lula, looking at the clock, which I don't have in the classroom, I'm sorry. Lula has about 30 minutes. You can easily have a situation where you're, 10 minutes to make 6 moves in a pretty critical endgame where you could make a, mistake or something like that. And then you're just headed towards a draw. So I think like I actually think it's important to keep the queens alive. Lula might go like the ding route of just trying to play something like King D7, King D7. If there's like this famous game with Ding. I mean, it's actually an idea in a couple of openings. You just, you castle and then you run the king all the way back to the other side. Lula might just be trying to do that. Because actually, after King E7, King D7, there's no way to really attack this king at all. And then you're getting the open file and you're doing great. Why I don't like King F8 is, I think if you can get away with playing King D7, King D7, this is actually like really, really fun idea. But after, let's say, Rook H3, make some move, you're gonna get this trade now. And while obviously this isn't like, all hope is lost or anything, um, like what I think is important to note is that, um, I mean, I would guess that like in this like, specific example, white is still much worse. Um, but what I want everybody to keep in mind is that, this is a kind of endgame you can still kind of mess up. It's something that is like, I guess technically should be winning. Engine will probably say it's like plus 1 or +2 for white. I'm sorry, for black. Um, but I don't know. This didn't feel necessary to me. It felt like you could just it felt like here that you can, you don't have to play King F8. So I don't know. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I mean, in that specific example, you're right. Really, just the point I was trying to say is that, just imagine some endgame with those kinds of pieces that, you know, I just don't think it's as easy as you think. If you're not like super sharp, you're not an amazing endgame player. If you don't like endgames, you get a bit tricked. I also want to give a shout out to our lovely moderators who are, keeping chat kind and friendly. Although actually, I think Lula has a very nice community from my experience. Yeah, king f8 was played. Um, Lula is at 29 minutes per opponent. Charlie Amar is at 52 minutes. So he has a lot more time. Lula's going to be having to do some calculation on his time. And Lula is actually not at the board now. Someone is standing. I think is that Lula standing over the board? No, it's just somebody. Why did that guy stand so menacingly? If that wasn't Lula, I don't think that was Lula. That looked like a gentleman. Uh, yeah, it is. I think Lula's opponent clearly not smurfing, but clearly very talented. Um, just for those of you who are joining us, there's this incredible move played earlier on where was Queen F2 move, which looks like it just hangs a piece. Where is it? I'm trying to look for it. Queen F2 here. Beautiful find. If takes there's a mate thread, you basically have to play something like this. Some moves are coming in now, I think. Oh, whoa. C4. Practically, this is a fantastic move. It's a free pawn in theory, but think about what we were saying before about the diagonal. At the very least, you probably do not have to worry, or you're at least trying your best to, let's say, takes just to show the idea, right? This is obviously not good, but just, to try and free some space at the very least, like you want to free something. Um, and oh, if you're not careful, oh, uh-oh, and you are losing the game. Just to kind of show the, show some little trick here. So I think this is it's a good try from Lula's opponent. Um, the question is, what do you do in Lula's shoes? I still think that, I think one thing you can try is just shuffle the king, which is absolutely hilarious. If she plays like King E7, I have no idea if it's a good move. I do think it's a hilarious move. Um, Another thing you can try now is just, something like knight G4, just like basically a double attack on this pawn. And then maybe you take, where at least now you're not worried about this diagonal. Um, so Lula has options. Lula has plenty of options. King E7 maybe immediately is a bit dank, but it's pretty funny. Moon Lewis says just rook A E8 and get the rook on the second rank. Well, we can't play rook A to E8 because there's another rook on E8 right now. So first we'd have to play probably rook E7. Yeah. I don't know. What would you guys play? If I look at this from my perspective, what would I play here? I can't help myself. I mean, I would probably play King E7. Probably King E7. I can't help myself. Sorry, I can't. Although you know why I don't think you can play King E7 here? Because maybe if you play King E7, that there's gonna be some C5 nonsense. Well, I mean you could still play it, but how good is it is a different story. Knight to H5 is another idea. That's another idea for sure. And I think some of you will just take the pawn. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking the pawn for what it's worth. It is a free pawn. You can easily defend with B5, you know. It is a free pawn. It's kind of saying, I mean, think of yourself from, I mean, I don't know if you guys are any of you using the engine, but let's think from this position here, right? I don't know what the engine says here. I can check. Um, I mean, this already happened, so I guess I'll just check what the engine says at this specific position. After King F8, the engine on chess.com says 0.5, right? But practically speaking, it feels a lot harder. Is oh no, a child? Is he like 2,500? He's not 2,500. He is nowhere close to 2,500. No offense, kid, but not 2,500. He's talented. He could be very good. I don't know how old he is or anything, but he's not. His official rating is 1,300, and that seems fair. No, I have to push back on this. This whole all children are scary thing. I just don't agree. Like, um, statistically speaking, not every kid is going to be super good. Like most kids are not going to be good. I mean, most kids are going to be like most adults, which is not going to be that good. It's just that they're young and you don't know. But you could, truthfully, the same could be said of adults. The reason why you don't see adult Smurfs nearly as often when you're getting started because most of us don't have, all this free time to play chess, and kids do. So I guess that's it. But like, so they have that extra time. But like, I don't think it's, the rate of you just getting absolutely steamrolled with somebody, just because they're really small. I mean, to be clear, it does happen. And I've lost to children over the board too many times to count. Actually, in the US, I mean, I've mostly played children, which in of itself is pretty funny. Um, Lula played. Lula played it. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. If he was born in 2014, so he's turning 10, or he is 10. I am so happy about this move. Okay, I don't know what the engine says about this. I mean, maybe you can kind of clog the dark squares completely and try to work on a different diagonal with the black pieces. Maybe you play C5, maybe you trade. I don't know. Maybe you can try to open some files up, but um, I think this is a very, very good move. Lula plays creative chess. That's something nobody can deny. Lula plays very creatively and enjoys playing cool moves, which all of you should do. I got a friend who plays like a total coward all the time. Kind of avoids all confrontation in a chess game. Just tries to play simple, quiet, trade everything, and then bore you to death. It's a play style. I prefer more enterprising chess. Um, Lula's opponents took, but now I think we can take this pawn. And now suddenly there's some serious, serious threats. Well, first thing we need to ask is there discovery? Right? Any discoveries of Yeah, I mean, you don't like C takes, but I don't really know what else you can play. Like, you played C4, your opponent didn't take the bait. What are you going to do now? It's kind of hard to blame somebody for playing that. Lula has 22 minutes, but I mean, I think I think I don't think you need to spend that much time here. If she's running a move, I think she has a move in mind. I mean, I think here you either take the pawn, or as I was gonna say, or you play, and I actually like this move even more, you throw the little in betweener. Although this does come maybe with a threat of discoveries in the future. But I still think this is a fantastic move. I mean, you're gonna establish a very, very, very serious threat soon. Um, Queen E1 is played as I kind of as I expected. And now Lula just has to be careful not to see any ghosts. I think here you can just snap the pawn. There's no again. This is completely clogged. You cannot win any. You can't win any of the. You can't win a piece. You know. So like I think here you can just you can't like put any pressure this way. You know. And I think you could just kind of sidestep. The rooks are connected. I don't think there's anything. So and this pawn is super weak. This pawn is super weak. So I think Lula takes. Yeah, Lula takes. Ladabi, thanks for redeeming a hi. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a lovely Friday. Hypothetical question for David. Do you have either cat ears or a duck hat to wear if we redeem those? Do I have cat? I have okay, so for cat ears, I can do a Batman mask. For a duck hat, I can I might have a Santa hat. I have to go look for it. I have a Batman mask though that I can put on. Ask and you shall receive, Chad. Ask and you shall receive. So one thing I figured out is that my vision is pretty bad. Feel free to screenshot, by the way. And, you can post it on Twitter. You can at me at 64 podcast. This is a moment of history. This is my Halloween costume last year. I have like a Batman costume just like hanging on my door. Can you see my ears? I should probably show the ears, right? Because it's for the ears. And meanwhile, I'm kind of losing track of the moves. Okay, we did get Bishop B2, and yeah, this is kind of what I expected. 57. So, do I have to meow? I think there's a video of me on the internet somewhere meowing on Lula's channel, which is pretty incriminating. Pretty incriminating. The city needs safe. Yeah, I feel really good about this game for Lula. I think Lula's cruising towards a win. Like nice pawn structure, um, beautiful activity, creative ideas. Piece coordination is wonderful. Look at the pressure on here. I mean, this knight is terrible piece. Can't go here. Can't go here. Can't go here. Sorry. On h3 is terrible. It doesn't help it at all. Queen is well placed. There's just a threat here, actually. Um, that needs to kind of be defended. Doesn't need to be defended. I think it has to be defended. Not sure commentator was to blame there, but I get your point. Oh, this is about yesterday's commentator. I was very disappointed with yesterday's commentator. I watched for hours. We wrapped the show up and it, and went offline before the end of the last match. I still don't know what the outcome was. I think she did win. If someone is going to take on the responsibility of providing commentary, they should at least see it through it from conclusion, unless they have a very good reason not to. It's not fair to the viewers. I promise you, I'm not going anywhere. I am gonna be. I told Lula that I would be doing this until the very end. I ended the stream and I'll do it again. Been a while, Mr. Dodgy. Hope you're well. Uh, thanks for moderating. She has some success in this tournament. How is Lula doing the tourney overall? So Lula is at 3 out of 6, which is even. I think she's gonna lose a bit of rating as it stands, but there's 3 more rounds, and certainly can have a very good tournament from here. I think this is a big win, playing against an opponent who is definitely better than their rating suggests. I would say that this opponent is not like 1300. I would guess probably somewhere like 15, 1600. This is definitely a good opponent to feel good, about winning against. Um, by the way, is it okay? Well, like, when do I take off the Batman mask? I don't know if there's any feedback here. Like, what's the protocol for people who have redeemed the mask? We got a move, by the way. I think we're getting rook to d3. Um, which is oh, I believe you take it off now. Okay, I'll take it off now. I haven't worn that mask in forever. I hope I don't get a rash on the face later. You guys said never. I'll put it back on. If somebody redeems it again, I'll put it back on. Hey, Claude, I won't do that to you. Don't worry. I mean, if something out of my control happens, it is what it is. But I have told Lula I will be here for the whole time. I also offered to do Sunday, but it's like 4 a.m. my time. So that wouldn't be very fun to stream at that hour. But I have done it before, actually. I have definitely done it before. So chat, what are we playing here? What are we thinking? Oh, what is her and her opponent's rating? Lula is at 1,488, and her opponent is somewhere at high 1200s. Yeah, I think Lula's played a fantastic game. No mistakes. Maybe some interesting shuffling. Well, the natural move is rook a to e8. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a very natural move, and that is exactly what was played. You read Lula's mind. Makes a lot of sense. You look at f3 or f6? Yeah, Claude, you're stuck with all of us. You're stuck. I think the good news, and no commentators curse here, but I feel like this is going to end very well, and I don't think this game is going to last much longer. Lula has a very convincing advantage here. 1 card tarot reading. Am I supposed to do a tarot card reading now? I don't know what the I don't know what the protocol is here. Nope. I don't know how to read tarot cards. This was not part of the job description. Am I gonna have to like share my screen? I can't give you a tarot card reading right now. This is we're kind of in the middle of a very intense. matchup. Queen D1 is played. And now what are we playing, Chad? Well, now F6 is probably a good idea. Well, rook E7. I like rook E7. I know rec reels, but you still spent 3,333. I can't read. Lula bucks. Mr. Dodgy Chess, funny guy. You should write for Jimmy Fallon. I think Mr. Dodgy's funnier than Jimmy Fallon. To be fair, I think most people are funnier than Jimmy Fallon. Although, I will give Jimmy Fallon. He gets a lot of hate. I don't know if you guys are in the U.S. or Europe or wherever. One thing I will say is that Jimmy Fallon does amazing impressions. That's why he was like on SNL for so long. But I don't care for him. I was always more of a Craig Ferguson guy, Conan O'Brien. F6 sucks. I don't know. Why did F6 suck? Spenny Thompson, I got news for you. There's a couple of corporate bleeps in this chat, I would imagine. So, you know. I will agree though, he doesn't feel authentic. Feels like a product more than a person. Was the censored word shill? Or is it the B word? F the king. What is up with the censors? I get maybe Lula just has strong censors on you. That looks like you said F the king, so you don't have to worry about him anymore. Well, I mean, this is not the worst idea. What would I do in this position? Um, what would I do? No one really asked me questions that are nice. Honestly, so my instinct was just to go straight for the kill with knight h. Sorry, with queen h6. Queen h6. There is this like annoying fork though, so maybe actually I think f6 is. Oh, the Twitch censor keeps blocking Lula's rating. Well, I know why. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I hope Lula's rating will change soon at the end of the day. Um, yeah. I mean, it's good that it picks it up, but you know, Rook H3. Rook H3, you lose the rook. Yeah, Knight F7 does lose to Queen H2, correct? I realize it doesn't lose. I mean, the king is moving, but um, but I think you could just. What's wrong with playing F6? Somebody said it sucks, but what's actually wrong with this move? Like, look, there's like no square. I mean, there's no square for this queen to come in. This is taken. There's no like place to attack. If you play something like Queen B3 eventually, I mean, you could just defend this pawn easily. Yeah, I think, but Lula is on like 17 minutes. She's like I said, she's approaching that territory of like minute per move, which is not something you want to be in a complicated position. This isn't that complicated, but it's not that simple either. Why isn't this tournament in chess.com events? Mr. Dodgy Chess, any inside info? I would imagine that they just didn't give the feed. I think if someone spoke to the organizers and said, "Hey, can you put this on chess.com?" I think they would put it. I don't think it's that hard for chess.com to put it on. That's my understanding. I did some research into like PGNs and DGT boards and stuff like that. So I don't think it'd be too hard for them to set up the feed. Okay, F6 is played. So F6 is played. Please don't use the engine. I don't know if there's an accusation of people using the engine for their comments, but please don't use the engine. And if I use the engine to check anything, I will let you guys know. Yeah, but having only a few boards isn't such a big issue because they did this last year on chess.com actually. Yeah, guys, by the way, don't forget to follow or sub if you're enjoying the content. Although the content here is Lula playing, she can't respond to your subs right now. But I can. I can give some shout outs and stuff like that. What about her opponent? Her opponent is on 42 minutes ish. We have about 9 more moves before time control after Lula makes hers. She will probably have to do some calculating on her opponent's time. Yeah, kid is not kid is not having fun. Not that what's not that clear from human perspective. We could be waiting here for a while. Um, this is a very hard position to play though. This is going to be move number 31 when white moves. So there'll be 9 more moves before time control. What do you mean knight f3 or knight f3? Are those your suggestions for moves? Knight f3 loses a pawn, so probably knight h3. Right, you have to pick one. Um, Although hold on, knight f3 loses a pawn, but let's actually just double check. Let's like calculate because maybe there's some kind of some discovery. I assume you take here, take here. Oh well, you're actually not in time. You're not in time. Yeah, so probably knight h3 is forced. Oh, some moves have been made. Have some moves made? No, it's just my audio, sorry. What happens after knight h3 though? What are we doing? Because it feels like you need to like take out the trash, right? You have to do something decisive. That's like kind of what you're feeling in this position. Like you know you're better. Everything feels super loose for white. Everything feels very harmonious for you. We do have a move incoming. I heard it. Oh, they got knight f3, actually. So undoubtedly our opponent has calculated something for this pawn being captured. And now Lula's in an interesting situation. I mean, she can kind of just like, I mean, first of all, how critical do you think it is for Lula to gobble up this pawn? Push the d5 pawn. What d5 pawn? Oh, you mean after some trade? It depends how you trade, though. I think this pawn can be taken. It needs to be calculated. So the first question I'll ask you guys, would you take with the bishop or with the knight? And why? Let's get you guys involved. And while you guys think about it, and while you're sitting and calculating hard, Lula has 16 minutes. So she has about 2 minutes per move. And this feels like a very critical one. This feels like you can just end up, get a big advantage, or you can misplay. So pass pawn takes with the bishop. Lula has cleverly realized the key tactic of playing kids: keep your queen on the second rank, and they can't reach over far enough to take it. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. You take with the knight to keep the bishop seeing the h2 square. Interesting, interesting, interesting. You take the bishop because you can take the knight back to d5 after the trades in case he pushes the pawn. I like that logic a lot. I would say I don't know what's best. I would say instinctively, I'm taking with the bishop. And the reason why I'm taking with the bishop is, first of all, I keep the knight, on the pawn in front of my king. It's on the outpost. Bishop is not on the outpost. That's first thing. Second thing is when I take with the bishop, um, I would rather get the knight on f4 than the bishop on f4 at the end, regardless of some exchange, because I like Garry Kasparov. I don't know if you guys like Garry Kasparov, but Garry Kasparov says a knight on f4/f5, that's like worth a pawn. So, already being up a pawn, now you're going to basically effectively be up 2 pawns. Um, that's my logic. I don't think we have a move. I think Lula's just kind of sitting and thinking. I think Lula needs to make a move soon. I think my only criticism um of Lula's play is the time usage. G5. G5 is a good move, I think. I think G5 is a great move. I don't know if it's, again, I don't know if it's best. Um, I'm just a commentator, right? And I'm not I'm not a grandmaster or anything, right? So I could just tell you from my perspective, it's just somebody just kind of watching this with my level of understanding chess, right? That yeah, so the thing is, if you take the f4 pawn on white exchange, then d4, d5 could come afterwards, I think, which is why I think you should take with the bishop, because if you take with the bishop and that comes, you could just take that pawn back with a knight. That's why I would take with the bishop primarily. Even though it is true that that bishop is really bad on d2, and there's really no need to trade it. She has to calculate an exchange stack after bishop f4, knight f4, knight e5. But knight e5 you can take with the pawn, I think. Knight e5, f e5, knight d5, rook d5. Oh, huh. And then I guess what, the queen comes in? Let's see this. Let's see this Netsumi chess idea. Bishop f4, knight f4, knight e5, d takes e5. Takes. And you're saying something like this. But what's the threat here? You're up a rook. You're up a full rook. I mean, this can't be good. I mean, you can get something. This is I don't think this is nearly enough. Just kind of showing the whole line here. It's not just an exchange sack. I mean, you're also losing material. I'm just copying. Oh, queen d6 first. I still don't think that's I still don't think there's anything to fear, honestly. Oh, rook c8 in the final position will win the queen. Uh, we have a move. Rook e4. I like so I don't know. I think after f6 here, rook e4, just adding even more pressure. No, Lula just added even more pressure. So I think it's a good move. This bishop is terrible, guys. Remember, that's why I mentioned it before. There's really no need to to get super greedy. And I mean, we did see Netsumi's suggestion. I wasn't like paying it super close attention. I was just reading the what was put on there. Maybe there wasn't this product. I wasn't paying attention. But you did see that things did start to open up quickly, right? So, um, now we have some protection. Now we really don't. Now we can definitely take this. This is like over attacked. And as Alpha Star points out, if G3 is played, which looks like, well, we're solid. Now we can play G5 and then maybe G4 and, just start swarming, or maybe we take. We can be as confusing as we want. Lula has 11 minutes though for the next few moves. If you double up and invade on E2, that's another excellent idea. I mean, like Lula's advantage in her pawn structure is that she could be extremely flexible. She can be super flexible. She has like two open files. Look at, I mean, all of these pieces are in like a 3x3 area. Look at this. They're doing nothing. This piece is biting. Where's this piece? Like let's just draw the arrows. You have this. These are all the squares. This is like all the area that you're encompassing right now. Like places where you're not going to get taken. So actually, yeah, we can delete this one. Like, look at I'm just drawing the whole area of effect here. Nothing. You have nothing. You have literally nothing. You have literally nothing. There is 30-second increment. Yes, there is 30-second. And also she will get more time. Lula's rating is about 1500 over the board. Online is about 1700, 1800 blitz, I think. So definitely not no slouch. Lula only started playing about 2 years ago. Is already candidate master. It's definitely something to be proud of. It's a very bright future ahead. 8 moves in 11 minutes. We talk. Well, it kind of depends on what kind of moves you're making. I think you got to be calculating on your opponent's time. I think we have another move incoming. Queen b3 is what's played, which I suppose is a pretty good move. I mean, here I guess you just shuffle. That's what I would do. I would just play king c7. I really wouldn't think about this too much. I don't see what else there is. There's the knight has no squares. There's no easy checks. I mean, yeah, I guess you could play. Yeah, we were gonna move the king anyway. Exactly. I think you don't really overthink this. I think you just play c7. Lula's got to make moves. You can't panic here. You're gonna need the time. Somebody's got to Lula start snapping. I mean, queen b3 is a good try. The guy is finding resources for sure. Did you play king c8 or king c7? I suppose you play king c8 so that there's no check somehow, like with the bishop. And Lula plays king c8. Very good. There's no need to waste time on it. It's a fairly easy decision. And now this is really funny because it's how many moves did Lula spend on the king? Like castled, king f7, king e7, king d7, now king c8. So like 5 moves, 5 out of 32 moves. Like close to 20% of all the moves. What is the lowest title you can get? The lowest title you can get probably if you go on like that World Chess FIDE online arena and you get like the arena candidate master or whatever. I think you need like 1100 or whatever on there on that site. The lowest title generally is candidate master. So actually I discovered like right when I started playing chess, I learned that my aunt was actually candidate master. So my mom was actually born in Ukraine. And she lived in the Soviet Union for like 20 years. Yeah, knight is in danger, reportedly, with rook to c1. Important not to fall asleep at the wheel here, because taking this knight, would not be great. If Lula's opponent can take this knight and she falls asleep at the wheel, then that's kind of a big mistake. So kind of we don't want to let that happen, right? Knight takes f4 is probably the move. I mean now is as good of a time as any, right? You could also like move the bishop back. Like just to block the file. You could play king b8. There's a couple of things you could do. Although no, if you play king b8, then rook can take on. Yeah, the rook can actually just take that pawn, so you can't do that. So yeah, so knight takes f4, finally up a pawn. Now we attack. Well, let's see. What was our 9 minutes? I mean, if we rewind, right? Let's rewind to this like beautiful move, right? Imagine from the opponent's perspective, and we've all been there, right? You think you found some kind of attack, and it just something you missed something somewhere, and bunch of weird shuffling, and your opponent like keeps it together, and now suddenly I was actually looking at the lead chessboard. I'm taking the moves from the lead chessboard. I'm sorry. I haven't put this on the board yet. Knight takes f4 plate. But what I was trying to say before, let's think about this from our young opponent's perspective, right? You find this beautiful move, and you think, oh, I'm just going to come and win this game, and somehow your opponent is like super resilient and just finds all the right moves, and the next thing you know, you're in this position, and you're the one being attacked, and you're down a pawn, and your pieces are all terrible squares. But actually, they're getting a little better. Our young adversary here has figured out how to at least get some kind of an attack towards someone. Like a few moves ago, that did not appear to be the case. This looked absolutely kind of horrible. The current board is the one I'm showing. Actually, I'm missing the bishop actually took. I think Lula is just going to ask a quick question about what do I take with the rook or with the bishop? She's writing down a move. She ended up taking with the bishop, which I guess makes a lot of sense just because you're attacking the rook on c1. You're putting some pressure here. There might be some really nice combination here, depending on where this rook goes. We'll have to see. I'm trying to see if this works. Like something like this. Not really. The queen is not in the right place. Yeah, g5, g4 makes a lot of sense. Has another big move been made? Bishop takes f4 has been played. Lula is still on 9 minutes. Her opponent's on about 34 minutes. How many more moves until she gets more time? 5 more moves. No, 6 more moves. Sorry. I always get confused. It's after move 40. If move 40 needs to be played. 40 moves need to be played by both sides. Or by each side, really. Rook c2 is played. Okay. Lula needs to make a quick move here, I think. Just like, don't overthink it, just go. Queen e7 is an option. Queen e7, queen h7, then e7, queen e7, then h7. You don't have to like go for something immediate. You just need to you know, you need to make moves. Get to move 40, then take an hour and calculate the winning blow and go home. Lula can do it. Ha, 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 ha. Good pawn. G5 also natural. I mean, I think it's hard to like play a move that loses. This knight can't go really anywhere. I don't believe any rook sack. Don't believe that works. D5. I mean, maybe. Queen e7 played. Queen e7 is played by Lula. And Lula has 8 minutes. So Lula's going to be okay. I think Lula's going to be all right. This is just an extremely direct threat, obviously. What is the eval? I'm not looking at the eval. You can go look at the eval, but please don't tell us. I'm not supposed to use the engine. Pasmon, it's true in theory with 30-second increment you can build up time, but if you're imagining, that you're taking 20 minutes on a move, you're taking 10 minutes, you have to get in a flow. There's like a flow state you enter to when you play chess. Where you want to be hitting the right things at the right time. We have 120 people in chat today. Yeah. King F2 is played. So Lula has a few options here. I think Lula, one thing Lula can do is super quick is just to play something like Rook E8. Get the Alekine's gun, where I think you are just going to lose some material. There's no way around it. Yeah, you can obviously take on H2. I don't really see why it's necessary. But it's something you could do if you just need some time. I like Rook E8. I really like Rook E8. I mean, it's hard for me to see what you actually do in response. Lula plays G5 with the idea of G4 and now, chat, are we afraid of D5? I don't think so. Because we can meet any kind of check with a blocking with the bishop. And we are up a pawn at the end of the day. Yeah, I agree, ZT. I think every move is good. But when you're sitting at the board, you feel like you've played an amazing game. That's the hard thing about chess. You play one bad move ruins 36 moves of good play. It's a lot like life, honestly. One big mistake can just like ruin everything. So it's hard from a psychological perspective when you feel like you're winning and you're even after 6 rounds and you want to play your best all the time. Is that what happened yesterday? I haven't watched any of Lula's games. What happened yesterday? Did Lula like have a big advantage and blunder in one move? Pretty much. So I mean that happens. So I mean that happens to me when I play over the board a lot. I'll play very well and then Lula scores 3 out of 6. Like I'll play very well for 39 moves and I'll drop one in the move, like one move and right before time control, and then I'm just completely lost. And this happened to me so many times. I could like do like video after video about this. Like it shows like literally maybe a dozen OTB games where this happened to me, where I was just completely outplaying my opponent and then just one bad move ruins it. And I think all that tells you is there's a lack of experience. That you get too comfortable. You're not paranoid enough. You're not thinking about your opponent's moves. You don't know really how to like you know how to calculate deeply, but you don't know how to kind of calculate practically. My point is that this is not like necessarily a problem that Lula has. It's just something that you have to just with more experience. If Lula's playing like a tournament a month, she will very quickly not have that issue, and then she'll get much higher rating because Lula is clearly like very talented, tactically, very sharp, plays amazing games. It's another thing if you're like going to a tournament and you're just like being outplayed every game, right? That means that the skill isn't quite there. That's you have to improve like all your fundamentals. But if you're like, getting, even positions, winning positions, and you're just laundering them in one move, it means that you're either like, just like not like you, in order to get in those positions, you have to be like good, you got to be playing well tactically. So kind of you know, that's I think how I think about it. Um, became kind of complacent. Yeah, I mean complacency, that's a problem in of itself when you're playing chess, when you're not thinking about your opponent's ideas. But then there's a kind of a counter problem that you can have where again, I'm not the best chess player in this room. Well, in my bedroom I am, but I hope so. Um, yeah, look behind me and there's like a top 10 grandmaster hiding in my room. Um, No, but I mean the complacency is a different kind of problem. That's kind of more of a psychological thing. And it's just because of a lack of experience. It's all you're not playing enough OTB or you're like, you don't have the trauma. Can I reverse the board? The board is not on my end. I can ask the producer. Can look at the board. You want to see it from Lula's perspective? Being 1,500 in a tournament is scary though. I always expect 2,000 plus elo opponents at these places. Yeah, but that's how it's how you challenge yourself. At the end of the day, you know, playing better players and learning and analyzing deeply. Um, this is also under 1,700 section. I was just gonna say. Eclectic says, I'm rooting for Charlie. He plays for my son for Ken Ishech. How do I say that in French? I don't know any French. Is it Ishech? Ishech? Ishechs? Ishechs? I think it's Ishechs. That's my guess. I don't know any French. Um, yeah, dosey's dose. That's exactly what I think it is. It's mental. Part of it is mental endurance. Part of it is just not having the bad memories. You don't have them lasting long enough. That I was up 39 moves and I forgot to kind of calculate some counterplay. So HSA, HSA, HSA. Lula played like 8 hours. Yeah, let's not criticize Lula. Lula is broadcasting and is setting up a lot for you guys. So she's already gonna have kind of a difficult time as it stands. She's worried about a paycheck, check. Okay, check. Okay, thank you, French speaking Twitch for the help. Uh, I appreciate it. Check indeed. Eclectic. Charlie is gonna be a great player. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about chess. I assume you're probably, adult age, or certainly older than Charlie. I hope that there aren't, 10-year-olds running rampant on Twitch. Should be reading books and going outside. But that's one of the beautiful things about chess, that people be like adults, like I see adults on Twitter. I don't remember really on Twitter anymore. People complaining like, oh, I have to play this kid. I mean, but think about it, like a basketball court, you're always gonna be better than any child, no matter how bad you are at basketball, you're gonna be better than any 10-year-old. But in chess, that's not true, you know. And similarly, I mean, I remember one of my most memorable games that I played of chess was like against a really old guy. I think it was like 80 or something. We played like a competitive game. I mean, you can definitely can't take that for granted. Uh, Rook C3 incoming. Again, I don't think there's really anything to fear here. Yeah, I mean, look, because he played C4, he got this open file, and now he does actually have, some glimmers of hope, maybe. But I mean, yeah. If it were me in Lula's shoes, I would just play Rook E8. It's like, for me, it's screaming to be played. Um, if the knight goes back, then you could take the pawn, like easily. And if not, you're just gonna have some kind of good trade. So, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can obviously play G4 and all that, but and Lula, I'm sure, is kind of just calculating some, desperado rook takes on C6, but I don't think any of that is good. I think Lula should just, I'm sorry for stretching, like, I've been awake for like 6, 7 hours already. So it's only 11 o'clock here in this great state of Illinois. Um, Lula's score for the tournament is 3 out of 6. Okay. What do these things do? Sippy sippy, do I have to go get water? Gracules, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Got a nice stretch in there. What is sippy sippy? Can someone explain to me what I'm supposed to be doing for sippy sippy? Gotta hydrate. Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna go get some water and I'll be right back. I'll go bring some water. Has a move been made? Lula's on 4 minutes. So we did enter that minute per move territory in the end. Here's my water, guys, Bruce, or whatever they say in Europe. Thanks for the redemption. It's blitz time now. I don't know. But guys, we can just calculate, right? Like, are we really afraid of this? Right? Let's look at it together. What's the fear here? Like, what's the fear? She pushed a pawn? What's the fear? I mean, you step, you can't even, this is blocked. Knight has like really no good squares. You could even just block this way. G4. Where do you put the knight now? You put it in your pocket and shake hands and take a souvenir. This game I think is over. Maybe we can look at some options. So I mean, okay, so here you lose the knight, right? We all see that knight h4, you lose the knight. Knight e1, you lose the knight as well. Just take. Thank you very much. If you move the knight here, you're in a bit of trouble because this king is quickly running out of squares. Can't go here. Can't go here. You have to go to one of these two squares. If you go here, I'm still giving this check. Or really, I can go here even. So, you know, close to loss, right? So we can't play knight e1, right? And then what else do you play? If you play knight d2, then there's another check. Sorry, knight d2 we showed, right? You're going to get some kind of mate. And then the other option is knight g1. But after knight g1, I think we could just take the pawn. And knight g1 is probably option. Knight e5, severing the connection. I guess your argument here is that after something you think that you can survive this. It's an interesting try. But maybe after 95, maybe I just take. Maybe I just take. Now what? The idea is rook takes c6. This is kind of what they're hoping for. That after rook takes c6 with check. But first of all, you could probably just sidestep it, honestly. But even let's say the idea is like after takes. If you go here, you know, maybe you have some hope. I don't know. I don't buy it though. I don't buy it. Yeah, but the idea with 95, again, I'm not going to I don't really buy it. But the idea is the general concept is taking with the pawn severs his connection. Because before, if knight, like let's say knight takes, bishop takes, or something like that, after you move, you don't have this square for the queen. Danny, I know I analyzed bad. I'm like trying to show the idea. Uh, just trying to show the concept here. I'm not like calculating this in depth. And what I'm just trying to show is that this, if when the pawn is here, that you're running into problems. That's all I'm trying to show. That's why knight e5 is so devious. But then the question is, are we worried about it? After g4, her opponent played queen b5. Queen b5, well, obviously it attacks this pawn, right? King b8 to be safe doesn't actually work because you can take this pawn. And you can't take back because oh. So king b8 is not going to be the solution here. A safe try maybe would be to bring the bishop back. Just to block everything. This knight is still under attack and is still kind of lacking squares. And now sacking the rook doesn't do anything. Yeah, well, this is also a problem that Requiels brings up, which is a very good point, that the f5 pawn is threatened right now. So we actually need to move kind of quickly. Now one thing that we might want to try then is maybe we want to play. Maybe we want to. I don't know. Does this work? Maybe we want to play something like queen d7, and if rook takes, pawn takes, rook takes. Maybe we just block with the bishop here. Does that work? Well, Lula has 90 seconds to make the next two moves, and this is a very scary thing to face. So I would, this is not over. Guys, remember, there's 90 seconds. King b8's okay, but then you're dropping a pawn. I mean, honestly, this is a normal 90 plus 30 game. Lula gives, oh, so I see, look what Lula's gonna do. Lula just pushed the pawn with check. Lula pushed the pawn with check. I think she sees something. No, g3 was played, at least according to the video. Bishop e3 was an option as well. That may be the idea, just to try to get some twos. Oh my god, that's genius. Oh my god, if this is what I think it is, that's genius. Pawn takes played, and now I think she's going to give a check with a bishop. Yes, that's genius. Lula's down to a minute, so she's probably just double checking. Exactly, ZT, exactly. But does it work? Well, so we know that this is doing something for us, right? This is winning. And can't go to G1, go to F1. We get the same problem. It's some check, step up, and but the thing is, T Streets, everything right now is going to come with check. So yeah, he can take, but we're going to win a rook. But what did Lula play? Lula played bishop c7. Why did I just get pulled down? Interesting. The time, we don't have the times on here. The time, Lula has 40 seconds. Charlie has 23 minutes. I don't think Lula's that scared, but Lula's actually going to be down a pawn after queen takes. Um, that's kind of the problem. I mean, it's a double pawn, but there is some life for her opponent. I don't know what what the evaluation is. She hasn't made time control. She has to make a move on move 40. So it's this is move 39. You have to make a move on the 40th move to get the time. So Lula could still fly. She has 40 seconds to do that. I'm sure she's just calculating something quickly after queen takes f5, which is taken, and she's just gonna write it down, and she's gonna quickly make a move. Yeah, king b8, and now with that being said, we are now reached time control. And so this is how things stand. Her opponent's rating is about 100. It's a 1300. And thanks to all 144 people watching today. Hope you guys are having a lovely afternoon or evening, wherever you are in the world, or morning in my case. Thanks for coming to the stream. Lula is playing a very, very difficult game. Yeah, actually 20, you're 1200, but 2800 IRL. I really relate to that. That's kind of how I feel all the time. Yeah, we got a nice 144 people. That's gross. Why is it gross? Is that gross in the, gross domestic product sense, like large? I think it's pretty large. Pawn taking knight would have been better. Okay, but put yourself in these shoes, right? Like you're worried about it like a rucksack. You're worried about a rucksack here. Um, like, you know, about just kind of losing the game in one shot on time control. Rook g8. Rook g8 was played after rook b3. Okay, but now I have a mild criticism. Well, Lula left because she got a lot of extra time. That's why she's not there. She's probably just taking a breather. going for a little walk. Probably just had some, a lot of stress. So she's probably just going to go for a quick walk around the playing hall and just. Yeah, Rook G3 is a good move. But if we go all the way back here, like way early on, like around here, I was feeling you should just play Rook E8 because it's like this is like kind of like an indefensible threat of check here. You have to give up some material. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of what I thought. And it's kind of a bit of tunneling. And I mean, this opportunity is just this would have been just absolutely sublime. This would have been like, what a just a really, really, really beautiful combination. Again, I don't know how well it worked, but I would have loved to see that. Thank you, it's Quark. Thank you very much. A little bit of experience. But yeah, I think one thing I really like that chess.com has been doing lately is they had some, I forget the tournament, but they had like some, someone who was like a like 1900, 2000 doing commentary with someone who's stronger. Um, that's good. I mean, I think, that person was kind of more asking questions. But yeah, T Street says this could go sideways now. I mean, it's what we would call double-edged, right? Anything can happen. I think this is what I think. Okay, first of all, White's pawn structure is worse, um, but nothing that this will decide a game against you. Um, oh, are you guys talking here? Knight E5 again? This is mostly family friendly, let's say. Was 95 played? Did I miss it? 95 is a really cool move. 95, big threat in common. If you take with the bishop and takes, you're worse. So you can't actually take. Does it lose the queen though? Oh, because you can go here, maybe. Oh no, bishop G3. Oh, the other way. Ah, like this. Well, no, but you could still you can still just move. You can just defend this way. My point is that this is we're let's stay grounded, guys. Like um this is a big threat though. I think 95. I think that's a huge threat. Did he play it? Hey guy, thanks for the 37-month streak
Hi,
at
chat.
tier
How's
3.
Lula doing?
Lula is uh wow, 95 is played. Jeez. Holy mackerel. We take on d4. No. This royal fork. You're gonna be very sad. Cannot take. So let's not take on d4. That's pretty bad. So we don't want that. Yeah, it's a big ouch. That's just a royal fork that you just go shake your hand and go cry in the hotel room. We don't want that. We can sack the exchange. It's possible. Someone suggested. I mean, one thing that is probably really good. Oh, it's Fork. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Lula appreciates it too. That might be what she needs, There's a hype train coming, guys. I don't know what that means. I'm not a successful streamer. I actually do have a Twitch account, but I have streamed a few times, but nothing I would say. So yeah, but Lula needs your support right now. I mean, 95 is this was the motive we saw earlier, and it is it's there now. So yeah, we should definitely. What's wrong with bishop takes? If bishop takes e5, we can show this. If bishop takes e5, the queen will take the rook. And you might think you can play bishop takes g3 and win the queen, but I think that you can just defend everything. Analysis does not say rook takes d4. I don't see how that's is that not just a royal fork? It's Quark or Deem, take your medication. I do not have medication to take right now. Queen h7. Wait, no, Queen h7. How do you play Queen h7? In what world are you playing Queen h7? Ooh, okay. Well, first of all, guys, engine use. Be careful. Let's No, I think the idea. So someone said Queen h7. If you didn't use the engine there, I think the idea is an exchange sack. If this works, it'd be pretty nice. Let's say pawn takes. First of all, we can put well, actually probably not there. I don't know. This is not looking super great. It's not looking super great. 95 is going to definitely be a challenge. How's Queen h7? You can't play Queen h7 here. I think the idea was maybe something like the idea is something like this. Obviously, doesn't work. I think this is like what they're trying to see. Is there 200 elo difference between FIDE and online rating or more? It depends. It depends very much. What did I tell you guys before? For those who are here, elo is this? Okay. So first of all, we need to let me drop some knowledge on you guys. This is something that apparently former world champion doesn't understand. Let me ask you guys a question. Okay, you're playing in the pool on chess.com, right? You find someone who's about your rating, you lose the game. How many elo points do you gain or lose? As like a 1400, 1200, whatever. Like, 8, right? 8. Someone the same rating, right? 8. Or let's say +7 if the guy's a little worse, +9 a little better. But there's a limit. Have you guys ever seen what the limit is? The limit is +16, right? We're not playing with 64. That's a blunder, by the way. When you lose with -30, I guess you're not playing. Well, in a single game, then you're not playing enough games, man. Okay, so that's not the case with elo. right? If you play in a tournament, you can gain against a stronger opponent. You're not capped at like 9 elo. You're gaining like sometimes 10, 15 per game. You can gain like 100 elo points in a tournament sometimes. You have an amazing tournament in 9 rounds, depending on what the ratings are. So what that tells you, first of all, is that chess.com's, mathematical system for rating you is completely different from an elo system. And I would imagine if you use the elo system, then people would have very different, ratings. It's why like Hikaru is able to kind of farm accounts and get to like 3,400. It's not that he's actually like being 3,400. It's like you kind of think about it. There's like this factor that's added for your streaks, like for going on streaks that wouldn't be there in the normal elo system, because the elo system is like corresponding to like a probability distribution, like how likely you are to beat somebody. And the rating system on chess.com is just like how good are you? It's kind of different. Um, it's subtle, but it is different, which is why the question of like how different are they? Like, so you're 1900 rapid online, be able to beat 1600 FIDE? I would say yes. I would say you might even be able to beat 1900 FIDEs. It depends, like the ratings happen to be similar, but they don't necessarily have to be similar. If you're 1600 rapid Lee chess or 1900 rapid Lee chess, that's different, because they use a completely different rating system as well. They have weights. I mean, you can gain a lot of rating points against a strong opponent on Lee chess. There's no limit. What's Lee chess? Lee chess is what you're using if you can't find the stream for this. If you can't find the moves. Lula is having a bit of an ice bath moment, I think. A move was played. What was played? Did Lula played f takes e5. For some reason, this is not. I'm showing the wrong position on the board. Or yeah, now the board is showing the right position. F takes e5 played. So Lula's just gonna, I guess, sack the exchange. Queen takes e4. Looks very dangerous. It's a bit sad. We need some energy in chat. We need some motivation, guys. We need you guys to be calculating tricky lines. You guys got to be there for your streamer right now. Because I'm not gonna lie, it's not looking great. Lula's got to try something. Queen c6 to the red. You can still take with the rook. I mean, there's and if you push the pawn, then you can still take that pawn. So it's really not looking too. I think you need to play bishop b6. I think you need to play bishop b6. You guys did the logic correctly. And then maybe you pray that your opponent plays a4 and that you can win. Like, I'll just show you. The guy plays a4 to try to dislodge you. Oops. Oops. Maybe you can win this. Although, really, you can't because this is defense. But at least here, maybe you get something like this. Where maybe now you at least have the sniper tower. And these are doubled. Thank you, girl. Thanks for the support. Lula has 20 minutes. Charlie has 48. So I think they gave them half an hour for the next few minutes. When trying to swindle, we want to keep queens on. Correct. Correct. That's some good advice for it's some good advice for any of you. You're gonna go in the blitz pool later. Keep queens on, keep knights on. We don't have nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. I mean, there is a scenario where you have a bishop versus a knight, a rook versus a bishop with some bunch of pawns coming off. That's a theoretical draw. I mean, yeah, it's harder for black to play, obviously, but it is a theoretical draw. There's hope. You have to, you're gonna play a bit of hope chess right now, but you do have to hope. But I think like from a psychological perspective, like this move, knight e5, is really hard to see. You're attacking nonstop here, and you feel like, you have something coming. It's extremely difficult move to spot. It's very hard. And I think the hardest thing, I don't know if I'm gonna ask Lula after the game if she spotted this, but this move right here, I think just would have sealed the deal. Like this is a absolutely brilliant idea. This gave me joy for the whole week to see this. This is like one of those ideas that you see in like a book, like to double up here. That's just like the joy of chess. That's what makes this game so great. Endless Blunder says chat just got here. Do we know opponent's FIDE rating? Opponent's rating is FIDE rating is 1300, 1242. That's what they're saying. Yeah, man. Look, ZT, think about it. You've been in this room. I've seen you in here for close to 4 hours. So if you're going to be staring at a chessboard for 4 hours, you're going to start to see stuff. Your brain is getting aligned with the pieces. That's why I think it's actually good to watch high level chess. I think he is clearly much better than 1200. I don't think he's like much better than 1500, 1600. But the most important thing is it doesn't matter because you play the opponent at the end of the day, right? Doesn't really matter to me. What matters is that he's played some very good moves and very inspired chess. And that to me is what matters. I don't care that it's like, because that's like the whole kid thing again. Like people worried about we're playing some kind of kids. But again, like let's ZT, to answer your so ZT said there's a pretty clear difference in strength here in terms of tactics versus positional chess. Again, let's look a few moves ago, right? This is not just positional outplaying. I mean, there's like, Lula's also spotting the tactics on the other side and like kind of preparing for that too. It's just like the issue here, I think, was just that Lula, it wasn't like necessarily a tactics thing. Lula was like just not looking for like the knockout blow. She's looking for a blow, but she's low on time too because of how she used time at the beginning, right? And so once you get to this point, you're doing this at your dying breaths because you calculate I can make 2 moves to get to move 40. This is move 38. This is move 39. And this is move 40 that you kind of calculate. Oh, Tiberian64, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, guys. Tiberians watchers. Viewers. Why did I say watchers? Watchers sounds like a horror movie. We have some more moves. Let's kind of get an update. We definitely shouldn't give up. Lula played this, like Queen F7, and King G1 is played. I think there's still hope. I wouldn't give up, there's really no reason to give up here. I mean, you could take the pawn. I think like this is a great move. Now, it should be 6. The white king is still weak. Exactly. I agree with pass pawn. This is definitely not gone. Human beings are not engines, clearly. There's no need to kind of lose hope. Yeah, you always gotta have hope. That's what life's all about. You guys always gotta be optimistic. Now king c8 is easier to play too because queen f5 is not possible. Exactly. And this is how you guys should be thinking. You're losing a chess game. You don't just say, oh, well, okay. But you should never resign. You resign when you're 2600 and you know your opponent's going to handle things well. There's no need to resign otherwise. Lula takes, well, Lula did not play this. Lula played e takes d4. I think now you can take here, whichever way you want. Oh, but no. You guys see the problem? You guys see the problem here? But I tricked you because you have this. It's a nice try. It doesn't work. It's a nice try, but it doesn't work. But again, you see, I didn't I didn't rush to make the move. You have to consider everything. Consider every single that was the biggest advice I got when I was like really making big improvements back when I had like time to play chess was forcing moves, like looking for these kinds of moves always. And it won't always improve your offense because maybe you like that on offense, but like defensively, kind of spotting these in your calculations and just making it a habit to see them, your elo will go up like crazy. Like looking at literally everything, like, oh, what if I take here? What if I take like here? What if I take you know, like looking at every kind of possible catcher. Now another thing you could do here is this. That's a possibility. So there are some ideas that might almost work. Mm. I don't know if a move's been made. Hate to be in the middle of drama. I kind of have to take care of something quickly. I'm gonna be gone for like a minute, chat. So stay tuned. Okay, Chad, I'm really sorry. To just take care of something. Um, we do have some more moves. Um, so after e takes d4, rook f2 was played, and then we had queen d7. I think this is how it currently stands. So we might have a glimmer of hope. We have some yeah, I'm really sorry for breaking the camera view, Tiberian. Um we have some hope for a passed pawn, maybe. We have some hope along this diagonal. It's definitely not over. Definitely not over. G3 was completely fine. G3 was not the issue. I mean, I think I would guess she played G3, but was G3 actually a mistake, or is or like do you guys check the engine? Because to me it seemed like brilliant. To me it seems absolutely brilliant. Followed by Bishop E3, so it seemed like absolutely brilliant. Like to me that seemed like an absolutely phenomenal move. I didn't see any issue with it. Mm. Wait, Rook B4. Mm. Rook B4 was played? What? Really? No, I don't know about Bishop takes G3. I like Bishop B6. These are double pawns. This is going to be an issue in due time. I think Bishop B6 is what I would play. Like the threat of then pushing this pawn and all that. I don't know. Maybe there's some danking. Maybe you stack the exchange of them. Or maybe you just push the pawn. Yeah, Rook B4 is very strange. It's fork. Even if yeah, I actually can't. I have no control over what's there. There's like somebody like helping with the production. It's not me. I'm just a talking head with a computer. I'm not like actually. I can't actually look at that game on stream. I have no control over that. uh, Rook F2 to me was very strange. Is a great attacker. Yeah, Rook F2. Is she worse or better here? I don't know. What do you think? I would say it's about even. It's my guess. Yeah, Rook E8's a nice move too. Yeah, I mean this is not over. You see, we were like, this is season. You guys gotta have the good energy. You gotta keep it rolling. I don't know. For some reason, this hmm. Oh, my mouse is working. My Lichess completely froze with the feed. Okay, that's better. Bishop b6 played. Oh, bishop b6 is played. I really like this move. I really like this move. I mean, the threats are enormous right now. Well, yeah, I mean, have you guys been watching the Chess 960 stuff at all? This like last tournament. Did any of you guys watch that? There is a reason why I'm asking this. And Queen D3, but Queen D3, maybe you could just push the pawn. Maybe now you just play C5, C4. Hello, Porchi. What's wrong with? Can I just play this? C5, C4, C3, pin. Like where are you going? This is a fork. This is a. I mean, it's not the most beautiful move. Fine, but you get two pawns in the center. Oh, rook c4, rook c4, rook c4. Hmm, interesting. I'm sure there's a better move. Lula, oh, that's a great move. You guys like rook e8. I like rook e8. Lula finds an even better idea. It's a combination of the two ideas we showed. So Lula plays this with a double attack. I don't know what the best move is here. Like, how do you defend against both things? You play this and allow this? Yeah, yeah, Queen d6 is also Queen d6 made some sense too. But Queen d7 is nice because it's just a clean threat of mate. That's why I think it's nicer. Like this is threatening to take a pawn, and this is threatening checkmate. So we have a move. Do we? Oh well, maybe it's not made yet. You're right. It's not made. You're right, but it's an idea at the very least of giving some check here and you know something like this. Like I don't know. Let's say you move the. I assume you have some kind of block. Take. This looks really dangerous. This looks very dangerous. I mean, the thing is, I guess you can always bail out from something like this. Rook b3 was played. You could play queen f1 as well. I think the point I'm trying to make here is that Lula has plenty of juice for some, success here. This is definitely not over. I guess why do I like I like Queenie one because maybe the king can actually start to get out of danger with like King F1 eventually. Does Queenie 3 work maybe? Queenie 1 is played, okay. See, I'm thinking like thinking a little bit like Lula. There's still increment, yes. Charlie's on 40 minutes, Lula's on 13 minutes. Queen F1 is played. Now here I don't think you trade. Here I think under no circumstances do you trade. I accidentally lost the page. Sorry, one sec. Queen F1. I don't think you trade under any circumstances here. I think what we need to do is we need to try to like bring some stuff this way and then try to mate this way. Like keep it on this file so we can always give the check and then try to get some kind of cheese like this. Yeah. What was played? Queen F1, Queen E5, Queen D5. Yeah, so, something like that. Yeah, I like that idea. I definitely like that idea. And also you put some pressure on this pawn as well. You have something like this coming. Yeah, that's kind of the stuff that I'm looking at right now. What I imagine will end up having to happen if I look at the engine is we're going to get to a position. Again, I don't want to do commentator's curse because I messed this up one time. Uh, oh, maybe Queen A5 actually. Maybe that works too. Queen A5 just attacking the A2 pawn. Thoughts, Chet? Thoughts? And then going over to H5 if Rook A3. Queen E3, how do you play after that? The Rook takes. The Rook, that doesn't work. Queen E8 to H5 as well. That also works. I like this a little bit because I don't know how good this is, but you can still get there and you're attacking this pawn, which makes this weak, which makes this weak, and then this diagonal still comes alive. So yeah, this is like why I like Queen A5. But I really don't think it matters. Just the important thing is do not trade queens. Under any circumstances, do not trade queens. You trade queens, you're that's like when you can get Magnus. And you don't want to get Magnus. Queen E7? Okay, Queen E7 is fine. Queen E7 is fine. That's Queen E7 is fine. Completely reasonable move. Completely reasonable move. Queen A5 is plus for white. I mean, okay. Oh, I see why. Because of the check. Oh, so there really is actually only a few moves you can actually make. So Queen, yeah, good stuff. Yeah, you have to, if we play Queen A5, this would be a little bit tragic. I don't know if it's losing, but not a situation you want to be in. So Queen E7 is an excellent move. We probably could have played Queen E8 then, on the same logic. Yeah, I mean, if the queens come off, certainly. I think with the queens on the board, this is still, can be drawn with some effort. Like this bishop is really strong. I think if this guy wants to bail out and make a draw, he can just like probably stack this exchange and then just pick up these pawns. Yeah, he's still playing for a win. He's still definitely playing for a win. Still definitely playing for a win. And Charlie has 38 minutes, and Lula has she has 10 minutes to make another 10 moves. I think because it's, well, I don't know. Is it gonna just be, is it infinite increments after every like 20 moves? Do they just add 30 minutes? Is that how this time control works? You guys watch, you would know. I mean, she played for 8 hours probably. Probably gonna just keep adding moves. Okay, while you guys answer that, I have to go get some more water, so I will be back. Just one more time control. Oh wow. Okay. LFG guys. All right, I'm back. I got some sugar as well. I ate a cookie. Hmm. It's still tricky. It's still tricky. It's still tricky. I would so he played rook d3. Yeah, I mean the trade is definitely a bit worrying. It's kind of hard. It's I mean, it's kind of hard, but Rook F7. I was gonna say Rook F7 looks even worse than Rook F8. Very, very, very crazy game. I think that we can all agree. It's a very crazy game. But I just want to like emphasize the kid is not tough because he's a kid. He's tough because he's a good player. Or really he's making good moves. I mean this game was very much and still is winnable for Lula. This guy isn't playing super accurately. But that's like the hard thing about chess, I think, kind of getting your opportunities at the right times. Um, that's sort of the trick. Is there ads? Well, queen exchange depends on where she puts the queen. Although yes, I mean the kind of instinctive place to put it. Um, so you play queen g6, and white plays queen f4. And now what we don't want to do is play king a8, where we're kind of walking into some back ranks. Hi Joe, how's it going? Long time no chat. Hey Joe, by the way, if you need some CCL you guys have been booming with the CCL, so very happy for you guys. If you need a backup commentator though, you know who to call. I had a lot of fun the last time I did that. I mean, it was only for that one Illinois match, but I had a lot of fun. Um, so yeah, that was a really good time. This is kind of a tough game though. I got the 6 ads too. Ghostbusters, obviously. Actually, did you guys see that there's a new Ghostbusters movie? And King A8 was played. I don't think this is gonna get it done. Um, yeah, I think Rook F8 just wins now. Yeah, I think this just wins. You can block, don't get me wrong. No, it's not made in two. You can block, but there's some really nasty. Okay. Lula blocked with the bishop, and now let's see if you guys see the win. It's a very, very dirty win. Very dirty win. One move is just crushing, completely crushing. Come on, guys, use all the tactics that we put together. A lot of tactics today. Let's see. There's one move that basically forces resignation. And you guys are saying it. Queen c7, and that's it. You can't take. Not possible. You're threatening to just play checkmate. If you take the rook, you mate in one. If you take this rook, mate in one. So you're just using the pin. Um, but this way is the cleanest. I mean, you could use the pin in other directions, but this is the cleanest because you're threatening a second mate as well. Oh, but it wasn't played. I mean, there's still some hope. It's not. I mean, yeah. That doesn't work. Oh, because of the pin. After queen takes d4, I thought, well, you could take here and why does this not work? Oh, it's just winning. That's it. That's insane. What the Oh my God. I was literally in shock. It's like, there's no way this works. Like maybe there's some kind of, back rank or something. I mean, could still play it out, I guess. Like there is the stupid thing, like something like this. Could still happen. Could always mouse slip. You could always mouse slip, it's true. My heart cannot handle this kind of game. I've had a whirlwind week already. What was the move? King F2? Well, just don't take on A2, Lula. Just do not take on A2. You take on A2, you probably lose. Just move the king. I just play king. Yeah, I don't know. King B8. Just play king B8. He had 40 minutes, but I don't know. Like, let's go back. Let's go here. Like, you're up material, right? You say I'm up material, right? No, there was force mate with Queen C7. There absolutely was a force mate. I could show you what the force mate is. The only way you block it is like this. And like then I think you could just like I don't know. This has to be like losing. I don't know. That's I think is just like, some that's astonishing. I literally like when Bishop B6 was played, I was like, there has to be a catch. Because the guy was playing so many nice moves. And he lost to like this, the pin. Um after King F2, we have Queen F8. I don't think it's such a simple tactic. I don't think it's such a, but this is like what he's a good player. Lula's a good player. Everybody's talking about this game like it's like set up. It's a complacency. That's all it is. It's a complacency. And all that tells you that, there's like not a lot of that experience. When you play a lot of OTB chess, you're like, you have that time. You know how to use every minute. You know how to use those extra 30 seconds to just check. Think about colors. Like, oh, my king is on a dark square. I see a dark square bishop. Like there's those like little checks you could just do that would like motivate your thinking to be like, to prevent you from making a move like that, you know, or to look for more of those forcing moves or more ways to attack. It's just a matter of experience. It's not that I'm sure if this kid is on Puzzle Rush, um, you know, Charlie's gonna find it on Puzzle Rush. He'll absolutely find it. It's just this is like the very hard thing about chess at the end of the day, where you play a great game and one move you throw it away. I mean, the same thing happened to Lula. Lula was kind of dominating positionally, had one move and like lost its advantage. So, it's easy to be critical, but remember, like, Lula's been in this position, you guys have been in this position. At the end of the day, this is not a world championship match, right? This is somebody playing chess, trying to improve a rating, and this is the same thing with this young fella. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be so harsh. I don't think it helps to be harsh. We should talk about strategy though. Oh, actually, I like this move. So Queen C5 wasn't played. Lula did what I would have done, which is just bring the king out. Bring the king out and put it somewhere where it can never be checked easily and all that. And just, keep running. The clock situation, Lula has 8 minutes and Charlie has 33. And in 2 more minutes, they'll get a bit more time for the rest of the game. He has a rook and pawn for the queen is not resignable. I don't know about that though, because I mean, it's true. You could blunder some kind of skewer or something like that. That's, anything can happen, right? My opinion is never resign. Oh, did he make a move or did they shake hands? I couldn't tell. G4 is played. No, queen and rook. This is not hard. This is doable. This is doable for most club players. Oh, they're writing new score sheets. Others are full. Okay, I see. I understand. Sorry. Thank you. So a couple of nice moves here. I think the cleanest move. Okay, let's do an exercise together, guys. You have the black pieces. You need to find, the cleanest way to win. So actually, in this position, I think I would have played queen b4, which is just a double attack. Always look for double attacks. Lula decided to go a little different of a direction. She played queen d6, which is completely fine. It blocks the check. It still attacks this pawn, and I think Lula's hope is maybe to pick up a pawn this way next with the check. So it's still completely fine. You want to look for the absolute cleanest way to win in these situations. This is the challenge I'm going to give you. B6, okay. Which I guess stops that thread. Yeah, here what would you play? I think king c7 is a great move. I think it's an excellent move. Just bring your king in, right? The king should be one of the most active pieces in the endgame. Sometimes your only active piece in the endgame. What you don't want to do is give some kind of scenario where you let this pass pawn start flying while you're not really doing anything. So that's kind of what I think Lula needs to avoid. It's not easy. I mean, how many of you can, go? Okay, I'll give you another exercise. After this game is over, and we are going to get more time, by the way, after this move. Lula did play king c7, which I think is a very clean move. So here's a challenge for you guys. You know, let's say all the pawns come off and we have king queen versus king rook. How many of you with king queen side can win the game against Stockfish? Because it is technically winning. Could actually be an end game that you see here. It's possible. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, imagine all the pawns come off the board. You have your Lula, your queen and king, and you know your Stockfish. Put Stockfish as Charlie has uh king and rook. It doesn't matter where the pieces are. I mean, it's I think it's like technically winning, uh, right? But practically is very hard, right? So why I'm saying this to you guys is you're in Lula's shoes. If you have like the OTB experience, that's something you have to be careful of. I mean, that's one of the great ways that like Grandmaster Swindle, they'll like, you know, they'll somehow sacrifice something in some way, even if they're down a piece. In some like rare scenarios, they can sacrifice like some second piece so that they get into this like, you know, knight bishop versus king, which is yeah, is winning, but like it's forced mate, but like you need to know that. Or like, you know, sometimes I remember I think I saw like some Hikaru video where he was explaining one trap in one of the 960 games. So like you can get like two knights, which is a draw, even though you're up, you know, 6 points of material if you're not careful. So the point is not to kind of sleepwalk into any of these scenarios. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Rook d4 played. Okay. Yeah, like to be clear, this is winning. Okay, so I really like Queen F1. I really like Queen F1. Like you should always be able at the very least to kind of blockade a pawn somehow, right? On the sixth rank. You never have to worry about, you know, something. C5 is okay. Nothing wrong with it. C5 and maybe bring it the queen for a check over here. Seems logical. Lula just gives the check, which I think is Lula's going to be giving a check. I don't know if it shows there. I think queen e5 is very elegant, you know. You're going to block and go here. Queen g3, exactly. ZT, very nice. Yeah. So this, I mean, if you don't want to lose the rook anyway, there are other ways too, obviously. But you know, if you don't want to lose the rook, you have to go here or here. If you go here, you give another check, or you can go this way. And you know, I mean, you know, it's not all over, but just something we can keep in mind. Queen b2 also possible. Yeah, queen b2 is also possible. I would say that I think rook e4 was played. I actually prefer this, I think, because you will win this pawn regardless, and then you'll win this pawn. Lula plays this. And we're not too scared about this pass pawn becoming anything, right? Because we can always bring the king. We can always bring the king somewhere. We can bring the queen to blockade somewhere. We give a bunch of checks, bunch of cross checks. You know, we're not like really too scared. Fear factor should come in if the pawn's on like the sixth or seventh rank, not if it's on the fourth rank. That's at least 2 tempi. We'll have plenty of time. This check was given. I don't know why it didn't load. This was played. In this position, I probably just take the pawn. Don't no need to overthink it. You could give another check too, I guess, if you wanted to. Even it's also a very nice move. Just to, look at this king. This king actually has no squares now. This king has no squares. He literally can't move anywhere. This is mate. King d6 is a very nice touch. No, I'm saying the king has to go to c4. Wait. Wait. Yeah, no, actually, I'm crazy. Yeah, king c4. Guys, I'm sorry. I've been awake since like 4:30 a.m. I'm not my sharpest today. I do apologize. Okay, but okay, genius is in chat. How about this? How about this? What now? What now? What now? This is c4, but you know, point is that they're running out of squares. Okay, this is kind of all I'm trying to make. Like it's the king. My point is king d6 is a great. And like also, where are you going to check the king from? You can't go here. You lose the pawn if you move this rook. If you push a pawn, you're losing another piece. So king c4 played. Okay, but now I think you could just take. You could just take and go. Yeah, you can take. Look at this. Queen takes g2. You can go here. And then you win the rook. You can play b5. So said, yeah, I mean, this is. I think this is over. I think queen takes g2 is it's just it's over. Which I think Lula played, right? No, not yet. We're on king c4. Question is Lula gonna play? I would love to see a pawn mate. Lula took somewhere. I heard the capture sound. Lula did take on g2, as expected. Rook is under attack. I guess he can play rook d4. Could play rook d4. Both their FIDE ratings, Lula is about 1500 and Charlie Amar is about 1300. I want Lula to make a video about this game. Yeah, Lula has YouTube. Lula has YouTube. Rook d4 played. As expected. I don't really think it matters where you put your king. I put the king actually probably on e5, e6 maybe. Yeah, that's why I like That's why I like king e5. King e5 is not only is it very natural, but also there's a big threat. Yeah, and king e5 played. Now we're going to pick up this pawn. The rook can't stay on this line. So you're going to lose this pawn. And if you try to push the pawn to save it, well, you could take, but you can also give a check and pick up the rook. And then it's all over. So I really think this is basically resigned territory now. Kid must be feeling terrible though. I mean, in his shoes, I would feel horrible to blunder like that. Um, yeah, good job. Queen, yeah. Queen C2 is the yeah, he let it get pinned from B6 by that bishop. Is the kid a hired actor? You mean paid actor? Actor Andy? No. He played a great game. I mean, both of them played great games. The very, very competitive, like very fighting, very spirited, ambitious. I have tremendous amount of praise for both sides. Um, he really played a heck of a game. He really he played a he played a fabulous game. I'm just reading your I'm still here. I'm just reading your conversation chat. Um, and thanks to all 235 of you who are here for the thrilling conclusion to absolute whirlwind of a game. I will do my best to give a full recap as soon as this game ends. So stay tuned. In case you missed it and you want to, you want to go through it, you want to see from start to finish. This is like a really crazy game. A lot of tactics, a lot of action. And I think we just got another move. It looks like, huh. There's a really scummy move, I think that works. But it's probably it's too risky. It's a little too risky for I was thinking maybe you can play like uh way too risky. It's a funny move at the very least. Um like queen b2, king takes. But it's probably not worth risking like that. You pick up this pawn, you go around to the other side, but you might get shouldered. So I don't know. That's probably not a great idea. Um Lula took a second pawn. And now there's a very, very nice thread here of taking this pawn with check. So let's say this is the current position. Let's say her opponent plays something like this. Takes. Oh, take. Yeah. So I think this works. No, I lied. Okay, but you see the idea. See, you see what I'm trying to get at here. Like there's some world in which you can kind of just do that. Yeah, or you could skewer the rook, of course, which is way simpler. But then I'm looking for some fancy, because I'm looking for fancy stuff, guys. That's why I'm looking for fancy. I'm looking for fancy stuff. And here, I mean, there's a skewer as well. On the board right now is rook d2. Yeah, there's you see like the again. So just to comment what Nazumi said, which is a good point. Elo is a statistical number. it's all about like it's all relative. So players could get much better with time and ratings could go down, right? It's all just about how people are relatively improving. So like being 2200 a long time ago versus now just means that you occupy kind of the same percentile of chess ranking space, relatively speaking, obviously, because like it's, you have to normalize for everywhere. It's not such a simple thing. Lula gave a check, and then we got this. I think now I would probably just give it another check and try to pick up this pawn. Like something like this, maybe. I'd just give a second check. What was played? Yeah, this was played. In this position, I mean, I was trying to be fancy before. Maybe you can get away with just trading the queen for the rook. But I would, maybe you can get away with it, but I probably wouldn't. Like, imagine some world where you get triple pawns here. That probably wouldn't be too good. Yeah, I mean, this is all you have to do is just pick up the pawns. Exactly. That's all you have to do, pick up the pawns. Herspad, and stay tuned. When this game resigns, I will go through the entire game. I will go through the whole game. Make sure you guys get it. I will probably have an interview with Lula somewhere. She'll probably pick up her phone from the thing. And does resign? Wow. Wow. Yeah. There we go. Signing, and that's it. Lula's nerves are probably through the roof right now. Okay. While this game is over, I guess I should maybe go through the game with you guys. How does that sound? Clean up my analysis board a little bit. Okay. Just kind of waiting. I think everybody has some ads right now that are being run. So I'm just gonna, clean up the analysis board a little bit because I went a little crazy. Is there a link to the game? There is on Chess. Maybe somebody can drop it. So Lula is now at 4 out of 7. And with that, there's 2 more rounds, I think. So stay tuned for that on Saturday and Sunday. I don't know who's doing commentary. Maybe somebody in chat could share. Maybe who knows? Maybe one of the mods. I don't know. I don't know who's going to be doing commentary. Yeah, there you go. That's the broadcast in PGN. So I'll just go through the game right now, while we wait to hear from Lula, or maybe we should do it after. I guess I guess we could go now. I don't know what you guys think. Here we go. Lula's picking up the thing. We should hear from Lula soon then. We're getting a little. I'm just gonna narrate Lula's thoughts as she heads out of the playing hall.
One second. I'm joining.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi.
Hey.
I have never worked so hard for anything in my entire life.
Yeah. Hey, chat. Can we get some love for our streamer?
Was I getting checkmated at the beginning? And did he miss something? Or did I just defend really well?
No, you defended incredibly. You defended very well. You played like you didn't really make any big mistakes until you played G3. G3 was a fine move, but you had a really beautiful combination after G3.
Yeah.
And
no, I was about to flag. I had no time. So yeah, I was looking for like a mate or a winner, and I knew I was winning, and I knew there was something, but I was so stressed. I was like shaking because I had less than 30 seconds, and I was like, I just have to play a move to reach time control. And then as soon as he played a stupid knight move to win the exchange, I was like, oh shit.
So after you played G3 and
Yeah.
it was H takes G, you had Bishop E3 check.
So I was gonna go for that. I I was gonna go for that, but after he can move the king, and then there are no more checks, right?
No, you have a discover check, and then you open the H file. So the rook on the H file could give checks the other way if he goes to the first rank. And otherwise, if he goes steps towards the bishop, you can take on D4 and
Yes,
win the rook.
and I
I
win a
think
rook. Okay,
it would
I think
you'd be up in exchange anyway. It's still dangerous, obviously, and it's hard.
I
I mean, I don't blame you at all for
for
you know.
playing the scaredy cat move. I did it because I literally was flagging. I had 11 seconds.
Right.
And I didn't want to throw the game away like I did yesterday by going for something. Especially when I was about to reach time control. And I know I was dead lost after that. Like when I went down the exchange, I knew I was no longer winning. But yeah, I think if I had 10 minutes and not 11 seconds, I would have absolutely played the check and calculated. But yeah, I got really in my head in the opening because I didn't know if I needed to play f5 instead of rerouting my knight. And I didn't want to play f5 because I'd played h takes. I didn't know if I was supposed to play f takes. But yeah, it was around there, and I was like, how do I not lose the game? And I thought I was going to lose the game, and that would have been very bad.
But it was a fairly, I don't know, to me it felt like a fairly quiet position.
What? White
In the
has
opening?
like,
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
but
do you mean after the Queen H5?
just like in general with like f4, and you know what his plan is like immediately, is that he's
Yeah,
going to
you
bring.
played the only move after F4. You played the only move. Everything else was losing. So you played the only move. The bishop on F5 was like the only way. Otherwise, it's like pretty much dead loss.
Okay, yeah, it felt important to get rid of that bishop.
Yeah, you did a great job there. You did a great job, and I think also when what that whole maneuver you played with the Queen G7, that was fabulous. I mean, really like the first half of the game was just a kind of like positional masterpiece. I
Okay,
think yeah.
I didn't know if king g7 or queen g7 was better, but then I decided to do a king walk to the other side of the board, which I was also very proud of. I don't know if it was good, but I was very proud of it. And yeah, it was just time trouble because I burnt so much time in the opening because I felt like I was gonna die. Like
When you
from the
say
get-go,
opening, like which moves would you say?
just like all of it. When
Even
as soon as I realized he wasn't going to play normal exchange French and he was going to try and mate me as soon as possible, like as soon as he played, like all of these kids, right? They are all from the Cannes Eshek Chess Club, and they all have the same coach, and that coach teaches them to attack, like Mikhail Tal. He teaches them nothing else. I have no idea who the coach is, but he teaches them nothing about positional awareness, like absolutely nothing except how to kill and attack. And it's very scary. And it happened to me yesterday, and it happened to me last year. Last year, I lost in 16 moves to one of these children.
I think I commentated that game.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Oh my God, I really needed to win today. I can't believe. What time is it? I'm sorry. How long did that take? It's almost 8 p.m. Jesus Christ.
Well, you should definitely go and have some nice dinner in the south of France. Treat yourself.
Yeah, it's a good point because the shop isn't going to be open, and so I'm going to have to go out for dinner. Okay, I can do
Can
that.
I
It's
ask
just not
you?
that. Yeah.
Can I ask 2 more questions about the game, just for the
Yeah, I would like to talk about the game.
So Chad has 2 more questions. Well, I'll speak for Chad. I think they're thinking this.
Okay.
First of all, what was going through your head after that crazy 95 move?
I was like, oh shit. First of all, I was like, oh, first of all, I saw that he could win the queen. And And I was like, oh, because that's what I would have immediately played. And then I would be like, oh, that's bad. I also considered bishop. What did I consider? So there was a sequence with bishop takes knight, queen takes rook, bishop f3 check, is it? Or bishop
G3. Yeah.
Bishop g3 check. Rook takes, queen takes queen, and then rook takes rook, and king c7 or something.
Mhm.
I don't know. And that looked bad.
Although that wasn't forced,
Because-
he could just move his king towards the queen, and then you're just he hasn't like won. I mean, he's just up material.
Okay,
Isn't
I
that
didn't actually.
yeah?
I didn't.
So it's good you didn't do that.
I mean, all I saw was this trades off all of the things. This is bad. Because I needed to not trade off all of the things
Mhm.
because I was losing. Yeah, I was mad about it, but like we had just reached time control, and I knew I had made suboptimal moves to reach time control. But the main thing to me was to reach time control and to not flag a classical game. And yeah, so I wasn't happy. What else did I consider? Rook takes. Did I play rook takes? I played rook takes knight. Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
No, I
You
played
sacked
pawn
the
takes.
exchange.
Did I? I mean, you have
No,
to, right? Or is there something better?
well, no, you played pawn takes, then she took the. You played pawn takes. The queen took
Yeah.
the rook.
Yes.
And then you moved the queen somewhere, and then your opponent did not play it super accurately. I mean, there were some.
No, I thought after the queen check, he blocks with the rook, and I have a really hard time holding on to the pawn. I
think after he played rook f7 and then rook f8, and you blocked the bishop, there's actually like forced mate. He had queen c7. Yeah, he had queen c7, and you just lost. You're done.
Yes, I didn't feel good about that. I did think it might be game over, but I was going to play until mate anyway.
Somehow it ended up winning the game for you, because that's actually leads into my second question. When he took that pawn on d5, what were you thinking? How are you feeling?
I was so happy because I had been looking at. Do you know what I thought he was going to do though for the longest time? I just thought he was going to play rook takes b6 and go into the end game because it would have just been rook and queen, but he would have been up like 2 or 3 pawns on the past pawns. And I was like, well, that's just winning. Like, why doesn't he just sack the exchange and go into that winning ending? But he didn't. And he let me keep my bishop. And I honestly think that, like, I get it. You don't want to give up the exchange if you're up the exchange. But he was up some pawns too, right?
He was up, yeah, like something.
Yeah. And if he sacks the exchange there's no way I hold on to my pass pawn, I don't think.
I disagree, but it's not easy,
really?
right? No, it's possible. I mean, if it's just rooks, it's
I've had pass pawns like that in the Olympiad and not held onto them, which is why I was really not hoping for that. Because I'm not very good at rook endings, to be honest. But then I guess neither is he because he didn't want to go into one. And he was fully about to make me play it out until like checkmate, I think. But I almost had mate if he didn't move his king. I don't know if I missed a mate, or a forced mate.
I don't think you did. I don't think you missed it. You would have one after that.
Yeah, there were lots of almost mate in 3 or mate in 2s when it was queen against rook. But yeah, I mean, I was very frustrated with myself that I went into time control like after losing my advantage. I think I was very in my head at the beginning of the game because I had lost yesterday and I was playing another kid and these kids are attacking me. And also I was playing an exchange French and I don't like to play the exchange French, even when I'm in a good mood. So everything, I was just like, that's why I spent like half an hour at the beginning of the game. So I was just like in a really bad mood. Not like, I mean, it's really hard to like go into every game fresh. Especially because yesterday was so exhausting and I played almost 9 hours and I got half a point out of 2 and it just felt like I would have got more points if I had just taken yesterday off in 2 buys. Like that sucks so bad. And I should have won both games yesterday, but I was too bad at chess. So today I really needed to win for my mental health, I think, which is why I was so determined to defend in the opening, because I was like, first of all, I was not going to let Dodgy be like, I told you should play f5 in those positions, because I didn't know if I should have played f5, because then my doubled g pawns were looking really not good.
That's pretty funny though.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for giving up literally 5 hours of your time. That's insane. I owe you so much.
It's my pleasure. I mean, yeah, it's my.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. He looked very upset when he lost his queen. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't blame him. I would start cursing probably.
Yeah. I was just waiting for him to blunder. I guess he did blunder by not mating me with the forced mate. I guess that counts as a blunder. But I was waiting him to blunder his advantage, and he eventually did. I guess kids, you know, they need early bedtime. He literally, I think he was like 3 feet tall and could barely reach the pieces. And
we saw him literally like, yeah, it was
9.
so fun.
He was 9. That's
So
unfair.
Yeah.
So unfair.
He's gonna be great.
He is. He is already a really good attacker. Yeah. Like leaving his bishop hanging to come and mate me. Like he's gonna be great. All of these kids are gonna be really great. Honestly,
that was a genius move. That was such a nice move.
As soon as I played bishop to trade off the bishops, I saw that was his plan, and I was like, oh, not looking good. And originally, I had thought that I could take the bishop. When his queen came, I could take the knight with my queen and then take the rook, and I thought I'd get a rook and 2 pieces for the queen, but then he takes the bishop back, and so I actually only got a rook and 1 piece for the queen, and he still gets a pawn on G. Is it G? He gets a pawn that's very frustrating, and basically it wasn't enough compensation for the queen, and he still gets his attack. So I was like, no, I have to go back and bring the knight. So yeah.
Well, I'll just. I know you probably want to go and rest, and you should rest, but
That's fine.
Sage advice I will impart upon you.
Yes.
It's not really sage advice. I don't have no right to give you sage advice, but I hope you come into tomorrow's game not with any of the kind of stress. Just be free, because I think you played a phenomenal game today. So
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really proud of my king work. I'm really proud of my defensive resources. My king
played really well, yeah.
My king was honestly chilling on d7 or wherever that he ended up. Nigel Short could freaking never. And yeah, tomorrow is gonna be good. Tomorrow will be a good day, and there's only 2 more rounds. And I'm on, what am I on?
4 out of 7.
4 out of 7. 4 out of 7. That's good. I could still, I could still match my last year's performance.
And you could do better. You could you could easily do 6 out of 9.
We shall see. But I hope I have white tomorrow. It depends, because yesterday I had white twice. So there's a solid chance I'll have 2 blacks after 2 whites. But it depends, because to be honest, there's been some problems with the pairing system, because they had some errors with the score sheets, I think, on either day 1 or day 2. And so they had to change the pairings at some point. But also yesterday on the GGT board, it listed in the morning that I was playing with black. So I don't know if they thought they'd given me a black, but on the sheet it was white, and my opponent but I think the software maybe thought it was black, and I'm not sure it knows I got 2 whites, but it also might. But like, their software is not the chess results software, it's some French thing. So yeah, it's the situation. Anyway, thank you so much.
My pleasure. I'm sure I'll do it again. I just had a lot of fun. And chat was great. Chat behaved, had some good conversation.
I'm glad. I think chat actually quite likes when there's only one commentator, because they get more attention and they get more involved, and they get to like say their lines and that kind of thing. So yeah, I really appreciate you taking your time out.
Chat says we love attention.
Yeah, exactly. I love chat. Thank you so much for everybody who has watched any of this game. It was so long. I don't expect any of you to have watched the whole thing. If you did, I'm sure you got something better to do.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna go because I should eat something. And
Absolutely.
yeah, I should probably eat something.
And
Yeah.
I have class in like an hour or so. So
Yeah, you should also eat something then.
yeah, I probably need to get some lunch.
Okay,
So.
cool.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, I don't know if Pierre is there, but he can rate somebody on the stream. And yeah.
Yeah.
Bye,
Okay.
guys. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, Dave.
Of course.
And yeah, I'll see you soon. Bye.
Yes. Bye.
Bye, bye, bye.